Hello friends, Sumit this side. Hopefully I got my this wife's laptop. Okay, so we'll start in 2 minutes. I guess more people are joining, but can anyone of you confirm if I'm audible?
Yes,
You're
sir.
audible, Sumit. You're
All
audible.
right. Thank you for the confirmation. Guys. Let's start in 2 minutes.
सर एक 2 मिनट बात कर सकता हूँ?
बस 2 मिनट स्टार्ट करते हैं चेतन भाई, फिर बात करते हैं ना.
चलेगा चलेगा
हाँ. Yes, guys, let's start. I guess enough people we have waited. Yeah, let's start with you, Chetan. You said you want to talk for 2 minutes. Let's talk.
सर मैं थोड़ा रिसर्च कर रहा था.
हाँ.
तो बेसिकली ट्रेंडलिन और स्क्रीनर ये दो वेबसाइट रिसर्च करने के लिए थोड़े मुझे अच्छे लगे और फ्रेंडली भी लगे.
ठीक है.
तो मतलब ये थोड़ा राइट वे है क्या कि कंपनी फाइंड आउट करने के लिए, क्योंकि ट्रेंडलिन पे जो डेटा बता रहा है, ट्रेंडलिन पे जो डेटा का जो मैच करने के लिए मैं स्क्रीनर पे जाता हूँ, तो स्क्रीनर पे जो नंबर बता रहे हैं उसके हिसाब से काफी अच्छा दिख रहा है.
कुछ डेटा उधर को भी हो सकता है. आपको अगर डेटा में डाउट है तो बेस्ट है कि फिर आप वो डेटा कंपनी के फाइनेंशियल से मैच करवाओ.
ओके. ठीक है. एक्चुअली मुझे मतलब मैं वैसे जा रहा था, इसलिए मैं सिर्फ कंफर्म कर रहा था कि इज इट द राइट वे टू एटलीस्ट मतलब 1% भी ये राइट वे है क्या?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. आपने क्या देखा है उस पर डिपेंड करता है, क्या एग्जैक्ट देखा है आपने
फॉर
उसको.
एग्जांपल ट्रेंडलिन पे मैं देखता हूँ वर्धमान स्पेशलिटी स्टील करके.
ओके,
मैं स्क्रीन शेयर करूँ क्या?
कर लो.
कैसे शेयर स्क्रीन? ओके.
हाँ, क्लिक ऑन शेयर स्क्रीन.
तो
बताओ.
एक अभी वो ये बता रहा है कि इनके फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेंथ कितना है। 85 मतलब बहुत अच्छा
No,
नंबर।
so that is a different thing. What they are showing, that is different thing. You can only talk with respect to numbers. So numbers, the financial statement के numbers which is available here and financial statement numbers which are available in screener, they should match, right? Baki, this is their own internal analysis now. Durability score, valuation score. This is what value trend line is giving you. Screener will not give you this thing.
हाँ, तो मतलब मैं ये देख रहा था कि अगर इसके नंबर अच्छे हैं, मतलब हाई फाइनेंशियल है, अफोर्डेबल वैल्यूएशन है, टेक्निकल न्यूट्रल है, और इनके ये थोड़ा सा अच्छा लगा, ये जैसे 16 और 17 जो
ये कुछ नहीं होता है, ये सब वेस्ट है. दिस इज
हाँ
वेस्ट ऑफ
सर,
टाइम.
मतलब मुझे थोड़ा अच्छा लगा, इसलिए मैं कंफर्म कर रहा
मैं
हूँ कि
आपको बता रहा हूँ चेतन भाई कि ये पूरा वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम है. ये जो पूरा इन्होंने ये डिस्प्ले बना रखा है, दिस इज प्योर वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम.
ओके ओके, ठीक है
इसमें
ठीक
से
है।
कुछ भी काम का नहीं है अदर देन मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन, प्राइस टू बुक रेशियो, and if price earning multiple is given somewhere, because every there are 10 people, and if I ask 10 people to calculate price earning multiple, everyone will come with different answer.
ओके ओके।
Somebody will keep his earning of recent year, uh, financial year 21 के earning रखेगा. Somebody what they will do is recent quarter का earning को multiply by 4 करके बोलेगा this is analyzed earning, and based on that they will give you the this multiple, P multiple. So
ओके,
earning calculation of each website will be different. Each individuals will be different,
ठीक है,
right?
मतलब वो
So
सबका एक पर्सनल
what few
एनालिसिस।
people have, कुछ लोग क्या करेगा लास्ट 4 quarters का अर्निंग को टोटल करके बोलेगा दिस इज ट्रेलिंग 12 months अर्निंग, and they will consider that earning. So everyone will come up with a different P multiple. Similarly, everyone will have a different view of looking at. So इसमें काम की चीज अगर कुछ है तो वो है financial numbers. So
ओके
financial numbers है market capitalization, price to book multiple, operating revenue, net profit.
ओके ओके
ठीक है,
ओके।
उसके अलावा कुछ काम का नहीं है. बाकी ये फिल्टर, ये जो 85/100, 65/100, दिस हैज नो यूटिलिटी, right? This
ओके
is
ओके।
they are promoting their website, so you should not make any decision based on
हाँ
these.
ठीक है, मैं वही लास्ट वीक में थोड़ा देख रहा था, तो मैं बोला कि एक बार
हाँ,
आपसे कंफर्म कर लेता हूँ।
नहीं ये कुछ ये आप अपना खुद का एनालिसिस करके अपना खुद का नंबर निकालिए.
ओके ओके, चलेगा सर, चलेगा।
हाँ, ठीक है.
ओके ओके, थैंक यू सर।
Yeah. All right. So yes, guys,
Hello,
let's. Yeah.
hello. Sumit, I
Hello.
have sent one message to you. Can you just check it out?
I read it, but it would have no. I would really not be able to help you, Aditya, on this, because this is something with respect to your some interview process, right?
Yeah.
So this would really bore everyone in the session. So what you
No,
can
no,
do,
after the session or through
so
mail. Actually,
I'll get free by somewhere around 8:30 in the evening. उस समय आप मुझे एक मेल छोड़िए, मैं अगर फ्री होऊंगा तो आपको कॉल करूंगा, ठीक है?
okay, because I have made the case. I have done the
ना ठीक है,
PPT
मैं
part.
समझ गया, आपका मैसेज पढ़ लिया, बट सी इट वुड नॉट बी रेलेवेंट फॉर एवरीवन कि आप इंटरव्यू में क्या क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं लोग आपसे, राइट?
Okay,
तो
actually that is the case study part. So I have already done it, but I am facing one issue in. I am facing the issue in one of the points in the case study given. So I'm not able to work out on that part. So on that I need help. Hello.
yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, so basically, so whenever you will be free, just let me know.
आप मुझे 8:30 बजे कॉल मैसेज करिए आदित्य. इफ आई विल बी फ्री आई विल गिव यू कॉल, ठीक है?
ठीक है सर, ओके सर,
ओके,
थैंक यू सर.
ऑलराइट, ऑलराइट. Okay. So most of the people have joined. So guys, let's continue our discussion on valuation. So I tried to give a lot of valuation perspective in our last session, guys, that how you can look at valuation and that entire thing, as rightly talked by a lot of people, that we are not able to get any concrete view, right? A lot of people said that get a concrete view of how, and that's when I said that this would only come if you just come as you would spend more time on, right? So I guess this was the last discussion. Might in earlier session. Can you confirm? We had a very generic kind of discussion on valuation. Hello, can you confirm, guys?
Sumit, your voice is breaking in middle.
I'm saying in the last session, which we had 15 days before, we had a very generic decision on valuation, to which a lot of people said that we are not able to understand how we are going to use this, right? Or how to bring that utility that in the decision making process, how to use that in decision making process. Do you remember that or not? Am I still not audible?
Yes,
Hello?
remember, you're
Yes,
audible.
yes, Sumit, you're audible.
So this is what very generic decision discussion we had on valuation, right? That's what, please help me remind. That's what we ended.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So now let's continue more. Now let's learn the various concept of valuations with respect to how we can value a company and all, right? Okay. So guys, there are three ways we can value a company. Largely, there are three concepts of valuing a company. And I got the data transferred through hard disk. I got all the transferred to my wife's laptop. You would be able to see, so that we will have all those saved folders and all. I'll just let me open the file. Ours is batch 35, right? Assessment, meet and greet, class exercise. Okay. So there are three broad mechanism or methods of valuing a company, guys. So first is discounted cash flow method. Second is relative valuation method. And third one is cost approach of valuation. Under relative valuation method, there can be two.
But can you increase the font? It's too small.
Yeah, sure. Is it now okay? Is it good?
It's visible. Yeah, thanks.
Under relative valuation method, there are two concepts. That is guideline transaction method and guideline. Okay. So comparable method. I'll increase the font. Just give me a second. Comparable method and transaction method. So these are broadly the various methods of valuation, guys, and we'll go through it one by one, and we'll understand how to value a company. Yeah. So let's pick the first one, discounting cash flow method. Or DCF, we can, in short, it is also known as DCF method. Few people call it by the name DCF. And this is purely cash flow method, guys. So to start on DCF, let's take a very simple example. I'm seeing a lot of Chetan Mutta's name. Has everybody taken from Chetan Mutta and has logged in their?
That's yes, sir.
So can you rename yourself? You can go to your name and you can click on more and there's an option of rename. Can you please everyone other than Chetan Mutta, whose name is reflected as Chetan Mutta, can you go to your name and rename yourself? As you will go to your name, there will come an option called more. On that more, if you click, there will come an option rename. On that rename, you can rename the name of the person. Can you see this option? Hello? Guys? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Sumit, you're audible.
Can you see this option, guys, when you click on it? You try to understand my problem. If you are not able to see the option, you tell me, I will change the name for you, but I can't see so many Chetan Mutta on my screen. You need to understand. How would I know? How would I call anyone's name in that way? And what is KSI? Please help me. What is KSI? Can you please give me a full name? What is KSI? Guys, can you please help me? यार मैं कौन सी लैंग्वेज में बोलूं आपको समझ में आएगा? दिस इज सो डिस्टिंग यार. Guys, I can see there are 4 Chetan Muttas on my screen. The names. Can you tell me what is your name? I will do it for your.
Sir, I'm Karan, sir, but
Current name is coming. You know, your name is coming correctly. Current. What about others? There are 3 Chetan Muttas. Can you help me give your name? I will rename. Anand is coming now. Okay. Now there are 2 Chetan Muttas. Okay. So now there is only one Chetan Mutta, which makes sense. Great, guys. Thank you for changing this. So now it becomes easier to connect with anyone. Yeah. So Anand, can you unmute yourself? Anand, can you unmute yourself and talk to me? Anand? Fiza, can you unmute yourself and talk to me?
Yes, Sumit, I unmuted myself.
Okay, thank you, yaar, Fiza. Koi to hai jo can understand my problem. Okay, so Fiza Khan. So for example, Fiza, if we have to value you, okay?
Yes, Sumit.
Which to start with itself, I can say that you are invaluable. Okay.
Okay.
To few people, you will be invaluable. To few people, you won't matter. Obviously, right? So to your parents, you will be invaluable. To someone who is sitting in Ukraine or Afghanistan, Fiza would be, or US, who has nothing to do with Fiza, for them, your value would matter. Would your value matter anything? No, right?
Right.
So for few people, you would be invaluable. For few people, you would not matter, right? It's practical, yes or no?
Right, practical.
Now, but still, if we have to give a financial value to you, okay? We have to give a financial value to you. Tell me, what can be the way we can give you a financial number to Fiza Khan? That Fiza Khan is worth 3 crore, or Fiza Khan is worth 8 crore, or Fiza Khan is worth 50 crore, right? Tell me.
Evaluating all the asset, Fiza own, liquid cash, Fiza own property assets and everything.
Okay, so we can start with that. Makes sense. So the asset which Fiza own, what you said, Fiza, the asset which Fiza own, right?
Yeah.
That's a good starting point. So the asset which Fiza own. So for example, Fiza own a house. You live in Delhi, right, Fiza?
Yes, Sumit, Delhi.
So Fiza own a house, Porsche. Let's make it good. Which car do you own? If you own any car?
Creta.
Creta.
Yes.
Fiza own a Creta. Fiza own some jewelry. Yeah. Jewelry. Fiza owns some. Do you own any Bitcoin or something?
No.
No. Do you own some stock, some shares of any company?
No, not
No.
right.
Do you have any FDs in the bank?
Yes, I have FDs.
Fiza has some assets in the form of bank deposits.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I have mutual funds.
Mutual
Mutual
funds.
fund
Fiza owns
funds.
some mutual funds.
Yes.
Gold, raw gold, jewelry के अलावा any raw gold you own is a commodity in the form of commodity,
No, no, sir.
like the biscuits and all the different shape Cadbury on all comes.
No,
right?
no. I have some policies.
Some policies which have some intrinsic value. Okay, some value. Because all policies will not be having any value, right? For example, if you have any car insurance, so that will not have any value, right? But if you have any policy at the end of which you would earn some maturity amount, then that policy will have some value. Okay.
Okay.
So for not bringing confusion, I'll just not put it that way. Or any other asset do you recall you own?
I have some land in my hometown.
So yeah, land can be asset. What else?
And yeah, that's it. A house in Delhi, yeah, that's done.
House I covered, right? So that's a great approach. You said, for example, Fiza is to if I have to know the worth of Fiza, what I'll say, Fiza owns a house. Which area do you own the house, Fiza? In
Dwarka.
Dwarka. So Fiza own a house of 1.5 CR.
Yeah.
Makes sense, right?
Makes sense.
The actual value can be different, which I will not ask you to disclose, but let's keep it 1.5 CR, right? Fiza own a Creta, which being it's on road and not a new nascent car, you would have bought it few months or few years back, right? So, so let's consider the value of Creta to be 12 lakhs. Makes sense?
Yeah, but yeah, now it's 8 lakhs, the value. Yeah.
Okay, so okay, low 8 lakhs. Right? Jewelry, do not disclose. Let me give it a value of 50 lakhs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bank deposit, do not disclose. Let's give it a value of 15 lakhs. Okay. Mutual funds, do not disclose. Let's give it a value of 23 lakhs. And land is in which place, Fiza?
It's in Bareilly, but
Bareilly. You said you are from Bareilly, right? The first time we talked, you were in Bareilly. Right? You had gone there to visit, right, with your family. Yeah, I remember that. So yeah, so Bareilly. So for example, is in Lucknow, near to Lucknow in UP, right? Bareilly is in
UP, yeah, Uttar Pradesh, yeah.
So let's keep the value. Any idea what is the size of the land?
Size, or actually, it's very old ancestral land we have.
Ancestral land, but
So,
you have no idea how big the size. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so let's give it a value of 1.2 CR. Okay.
1 CR, yeah, 1 CR.
Yeah. So this is the value of asset. So if I if I add all these, if I make a sum total of all this Fiza, the value of Fiza will come what? 3 crore 66 lakh rupees. Right? That is one approach. Can we do any improvisation to this? Now, this is what we started with, right? Value of Fiza is 3.66 crore. And to start with, we made it very clear, Chetan sir, that a human being's value is invaluable. Obviously, we are not here, or Fiza is not here to sell or something. It's not right. So, but keeping all that aside, we are just trying to put a value. For example, if Fiza applies for a loan of 15 crore, right? If Fiza applies a loan of 15 crore in the bank, okay? So will a bank, don't you think, Chetan sir, that a bank will look at value of Fiza from the perspective of that, that would she be capable enough to pay back my loan or not? Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir. Yes.
What if Fiza runs away to UK, right, and goes to a land where where Indian government doesn't have any power, right? What will happen? Can bank seize all the assets of Fiza and get 15 crores back? It seems no, right?
No.
So from that perspective also we can value human beings, because otherwise it becomes very controversial thing that how come you are valuing Fiza or a human being? It's, are you into trafficking, or are you planning to, do you have any plan to, what do you say, to take ransom money from Fiza's family. Yeah, after whatever. So yeah, so we are not doing all those corruption and all those illegal things or criminal things. It's just that from financial perspective, we are trying to value Fiza, right? So that's a disclaimer, guys. Okay.
Hello,
So
Smith. Hello.
can we improvise to this? Tell me.
Hello.
Yeah, Aditya.
Sorry to Sumit, while valuing any of the companies, we all do consider human
I'm
resource
here.
capital.
I'm sorry. While valuing a company, what should we do?
While valuing company, we do consider big multinational companies or like Reliance and all. They do value their human resource capital because they are being considered as the
So there
assets
you are
of the
not
company.
valuing human resource. You need to understand there you are not valuing an individual Fiza. You are using you
No,
are valuing
I'm
something
not.
called
I'm
resource
not talking
capital.
about. I'm not talking about fees in particular. Like while valuing any company like public companies or any private company, we do because human resources are also an integral part of a company, so they are being considered as they are being reported as
So
in the
Aditya,
asset.
I don't know where you are taking it, but the question is very simple. Can we improvise here in this? Let's not go
Okay.
into MNCs and all. I'm not talking about companies, right? Have you
Okay.
understood my question? What is my
Yeah.
question? What is my
Yeah.
question? Question kya hai? Can you repeat the question?
Um,
हाँ.
basically you are trying to how do we value a
My
particular.
question is, can we improvise from here? We started valuing
Okay.
Fiza. Can
Yeah.
we
Okay.
improvise from here? Can we get a better value of Fiza? That is the question. So you tell me in that context. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
हाँ, बताओ.
Okay.
इसको
Sir.
context में if you have any response for that.
No, sir.
So
Then
according to you, it's a right way to value Fiza?
yeah, like to
Okay.
some extent it's fine.
Then to what extent it is not fine? Tell me. Why do you think it is to some extent it is fine? Then what is the lack according to you?
Pardon, can you repeat?
You are saying to some extent it is fine, right?
Yeah.
So I am saying to what extent it is not fine. To some extent it is fine. That means there is something in your mind which tells you that this is not correct, right? So what is that thing I'm asking?
No, it's I mean it's correct for valuing
ठीक है,
any company like
चलो, ठीक है. Chandni, what about you? Can we improvise this?
Yeah, maybe there might be some more things like if any debt Fiza is owing.
Oh, so here
If-
comes a very important thing. Fiza, have you noticed? Chandni is saying that if there is any debt, obviously, if there is any debt, that should reduce the value of Fiza, right, Chandni? For example, if in order to buy this house, Fiza has taken a loan, that outstanding balance is 80 lakhs, right? So in that case, the value of Fiza should not be 3 crore 66 lakh. The value of Fiza should be what? So this would be value of Fiza's asset. And then this would be the debt value. So value of Fiza, that will be what? Can I say asset minus debt?
Yes, 366.
Asset minus debt.
Does that make more sense? Now tell me. Chandni,
Yeah,
this is
so
something you were referring to, right?
yeah, yeah. So and maybe since we are owning land here, so there are some government things also, right? The taxation and all, if any dues, any due
So
diligence.
let's keep all the dues which is, for example, if she has some government dues and everything in the form of debt. Okay, all the debt in cumulative is 80 lakh.
Yeah, then it looks good.
Then it
And
makes good.
yeah, and
Yes, Mr. Bakar.
and Fiza might be earning money in the form of salary or in the form of business.
Yeah.
So far, everything was good, and suddenly Mr. Bakar has complicated it for all of us. Yes or no? Mr. Barker has brought a very important concept which we were ignoring. What is that?
Current
If she
salary.
is earning any salary, and which we all know that Fiza is earning because Fiza is a working lady, right? She works with, I forgot, but she works with an investment bank in the operations department, right? Fiza, I forgot.
Right.
भूल गया कौन सी, is it Bank of America? Like,
No, it's Society General.
Society. I knew you are working in one of the very known company, but वो दिमाग से निकल गया. So obviously we know that Fiza is earning salary. Now Mr. Barker, guys, Mr. Barker has brought a very important challenge in front of us. That is, what if Fiza is earning some salary? What if Fiza is earning some salary, because that also needs to be taken care of?
सर
हाँ,
सैलरी एंड लास्ट 3 इयर्स उसने बैलेंस शीट में कितना टैक्सेशन फाइल किया वो भी काउंट होगा ना?
नहीं, तो अगर कोई टैक्स ड्यू है तो यू कैन रिड्यूस इट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ डेट, वो हमने कंसीडर कर लिया, राइट? यू कंसीडर दैट if there is any dues which visa has not paid, that will be all right. Rest whatever savings, if you are referring with respect to whatever money she could have saved so far, that is covered in cash deposit, right?
ओके ओके
Bank deposit, वो सारा savings bank में होगा, right? Yeah, if visa has some black money which I didn't want to bring, but if Fiza has some black money in the form of hard gold cash in her hand, now then that can also be added to the value of asset, because that is also an asset. But obviously, uh, she would not be having. Let's believe she is not having any black money, right? So a very important challenge. So now, guys, till here everything was fine. It was easy. Yes or no? I guess this is the easiest way, Chandni, that if you want to value anything, value all the asset minus value all the liabilities. So do the to the total value of the asset minus total value of the liability will give you the value of that thing. That thing can be a person or anything, a company or anything, right? This is most easiest way to value in any circumstance. Yes or no?
Because we know the values. But
Yeah, because
salary-
we know the values of all these and it's easy, right? And or even if we don't know, we can get it valued easily. You know, house, for example, the value of house and jewelry can keep on changing, but we know that what is the per gram gold price today is and how much gold she owns. So multiply by per gram price into gold she owns equal to the value of gold. So at any particular time, you can value all of this. Mutual fund can be what? How many units? So what is the NAV of the mutual fund she is having into number of units, right? So that will be the value of mutual fund. Land, you can get it from external real estate valuer, right? They will tell you that if the land is into this area, this city, inside the city, outside the city, depending on all those, real estate valuer will give you the value of the land. Bank deposit is always, you know, clearly reflected. So as it is reflected in your account, as it is reflected in your account is the value, right? You open the bank account, you get the value. Jewelry, as I said, per gram gold into total gold owned by FISA. Total gold, total grams gold owned. Creta, we can always get the market value of Creta by visiting what? For Chandi, there are this cartrade.com and all this. What we call them? There's a particular category. Second-hand car sales organization, right?
And now
Used
Pre-owned
car,
cars. Pre-owned cars.
pre-owned cars or pre-owned car websites. Car Dekho and all are there. So you can get a value. And again, value of house can be with the help of a real estate value. So these are easy. And debt is always as it is reflected in your account. Right? Your whenever you will open your account, the debt will be reflected clearly, right? So all this is easy. And guys, this approach of valuing individual, company, anyone based on its assets and liabilities, based on its assets and liabilities, or the difference between assets and liabilities and getting the value of it is known as cost approach of valuation. This is nothing but cost approach of valuation. Yeah. So what is cost of approach of valuation? Market value of all assets minus market value of all debt or liabilities. Let me use a better word, liabilities. Any form of liabilities. Just say, for example, Chetan, you said any tax which still needs to be paid to the government. So that is also your liabilities, right? So any form of liabilities, be it current liability, long-term liability, any form of liability. Whatever is the market value of all those liabilities needs to be subtracted from the market value of all the assets with that business own or an individual own and that gives the value of that. So which approach is this is cost approach of valuation. So can anybody tell me what is cost approach of valuation again? Can anybody explain me in your own language what is cost approach of valuation? Yeah,
I want to give a try.
please go ahead.
Yeah. Valuation of any company based on the market value of assets deducted by liabilities is,
Mhm.
is called cost approach.
Yeah, you can call so cost. You can call it cost approach of valuation, or the same. It has a different name with the it's called as asset based valuation.
Asset based valuation.
Based valuation. Yeah. But it gives us the true value of the FISA if FISA is not going to earn any salary. That means FISA is not going to earn what? Any income in the future. Then this is the best value of FISA we can calculate. Why? Because there is no future money flow which is going to come to FISA. Similarly, any company which you feel is not going to generate any business income in the future, what is the best way to value that company? Cost approach. And which kind of companies do not give us any value in the future or any earnings in the future? What do we call them? Huh? The companies which we know that are not going to earn any income in the future, what do we call them?
Loss making companies.
Not loss-making company, not always loss-making company. Think
Bankrupt.
hard. Yes.
Bankrupt.
Generally, one of the such companies what? Bankrupt. The companies which have run bankrupt, which are out of business, obviously you can clearly think that they would not generate any business or any income, positive, negative in any form, would not generate any income in the future. So the best value of those businesses will be what? There are all the assets with the business owns minus all the liabilities with the business has to pay will give it the value for that business. Any other businesses? Any other category of businesses you can come up with?
Uh,
Yeah.
mergers and acquisition. Maybe if some company want to merge with other company.
But then that part of that company which is getting merged is not going out of business, right?
Yes,
It is
yes.
going
Yes.
to generate revenue, right?
Yes, obviously. Sorry for that.
Are sorry to believe. Think about it. See, it would be a situation where either we know that this business is not going to generate any business in the future, or it is very, very, very difficult or next to impossible for us to anticipate that what kind of business it would generate. In what kind of scenarios it becomes that we are very helpless to see the future of the business, even though if it is not bankrupt business.
Sir, when it becomes a charitable institution?
No, Karan, when it is a new age startup, nascent age stage of startup.
So venture
Well,
capitals.
Yeah, so venture capitals are the investors, Aditya. Startup is a business.
Startups. Yeah. Angel
So
invest.
very nascent stage of startup, when it starts, what happens? It is next to impossible to see what difference will it make, because it might be at an idea stage only.
Yeah.
Right? It might be on an idea stage only. So it becomes very difficult, or it is a waste exercise to really do the projections for such company, because you seriously have no clue what could be the future of the company. So I'm talking about not all categories of startups. I'm not saying all startups. I'm saying startups which are at a very nascent
Is
stage.
it an angel investor startups? You can say like the post seed companies जो होती हैं.
Yes, correct. So the stage where angel investors or the first line of investors invest the money. So startup which are at a very nascent stage. Right. So these kind of companies, guys, we can value based on cost approach. where the value we would derive, the value of the business we would derive as what the asset the company has minus what the liability the company has will give us the value of the business. Yeah. Tell me, is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, but if in this case, if FISA is earning salary, as Mr. Barker rightly said, that FISA is earning what? Regular income. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So FISA is earning what? Regular income. So what to do if FISA is earning regular income, Mr. Barker? Since you have given us this challenge, give us some clue. What can we do if FISA is earning some salary? How we can update this approach? Mr. Barker, am I audible?
Yes, Sumit.
Yeah. Tell me how we can update this approach in that case. Think of, give us some clue.
We can take her income, like average income, what she is earning.
She can. How will it help us?
Like a monthly salary, the statement.
No, what we will get to know. We will ask FISA herself now. For example, FISA says that she is earning monthly 1,50,000. Okay.
Okay.
That is clear. So tell me what to do. How we can help, or how this number can help us upgrading the value of FISA.
Like what? The 50% of the income, we can take it as a consideration for work and use for the sell. And the 50% can
50%. Okay.
Yeah.
50% of this would be 75,000.
Yeah.
So this you are saying to do what?
Like the monthly usage, like for the sell. Whatever she, yeah.
Monthly usage for her. So basically what you want to say is 50% is savings. Okay?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Then so that we can directly ask her. For example, FISA says I spend only 30% of my salary, 70% is my savings. Rather than taking any assumption, we can immediately ask FISA only, na? So FISA is saying that I earn 1,50,000 and 70% is savings for me. So she is saving 1,05,000 per month. Now tell me how to use this in order to value FISA.
No,
that's a very nice approach you are giving, by the way. I must appreciate.
May I try, sir?
No, let him try. Let him. He has not said that I can't do it, right? Yeah. Yes, Mr. Barker.
So the thing what we value, like personally in the bank, what we do is like I said the same thing. Like we consider is a 50% for her lifestyle to run the life for a month, and the 50% for the savings, and consider for any valuation, like how much she can go ahead and how much the she can repay.
As she can repay 1,05,000. So now you are talking from the perspective of evaluating individual's profile while giving loan to them in the form of personal loan or any kind of loan, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But in that context, do you arrive at any value? You just see their repaying power. So her monthly repaying power is 1,05,000, right?
Yes.
That is all. Okay. All right. Great. Yes, Rohit. Now you try.
I think we can evaluate on the basis of cash inflows and cash outflows, because
so
at
this
the
is
end,
the cash inflow. Cash inflow is 1,50,000. Cash outflow is 45,000, right?
Yeah.
So her savings is inflow minus outflow, that is 1,05,000. Okay.
Okay.
So what to do?
So my point is cash flow. Actually, we can evaluate on the basis of cash flow, because at the end we need
your point is
cash in
I'm
hand.
saying, boss,
Yes,
cash inflow is 1,50,000. See, you said cash inflow, so this is cash inflow.
Yeah, understand.
This is cash outflow. So I'm reflecting your point of view only. I'm not reflecting my point of view.
No.
This is outflow. I'm just giving numbers to your terms, right?
Yeah, right.
This is cash inflow. This is cash outflow. Cash inflow minus cash outflow.
Cash outflows. Yes.
अब आगे क्या करना? Think about.
We need to know the total of future cash inflows which
How many years? Like
Making with
So
next
somebody
10
said,
years,
Sakshi
20
said,
years, something like that.
okay, so Maitri, just hold for a second. You need to speak again. Sakshi, first you complete your point. You are saying that we need to look what?
that assuming the going concern concept ki how
Let's assume Fiza is Fiza is not going to live forever. Let's assume Fiza's life is 89 years. Fiza, is that a good life you have, or you want to live more?
more than enough.
More than enough, right? It's good. Okay, 89 years. All right, Sakshi. So she is not going concerned because
Yes,
otherwise
I mean the
she
working
will come
life.
in your dreams and will tell you what have you told me. I would not. I won't want. Nobody wants to live forever, right?
Yes.
Our body doesn't support it, right? So yeah, 89 years. So tell me.
So the working life which we should know the total
So
of
you are making it more practical now. From taking it total life, because we know total life has no use. What is useful over here? Because total life, she would not be able to earn 1,50,000. So you are now saying we look at what? Working life. Right?
Yes.
For example, we have an interaction with Fiza, and Fiza said that I want to work till 65 years. So this is us working life. Okay. Ab aage what should we do?
So we need to know the total of cash inflows and outflows which she would make in these 65 years.
Brilliant. I'm clapping for you. Brilliant. Awesome it is. So what we need to do is we need to find out what cash inflow and cash outflow. What cash inflow and cash outflow she can have over the years of the 65 years, right? Over the term of 65 years. In the sense 65 years, nahi. For example, Fiza right now is 21. Okay. So her the working life remaining is 44 years. So over the next 44 years, right? Both cash inflow and cash outflow. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Brilliant points, Sakshi. Brilliant. This is brilliant clue you have given. So here comes our task, guys, to make it as practical assumptions as possible to find out what could be the monthly inflow and outflow. What could be reasonable monthly inflow and outflow for Fiza over the next 44 years, right? So let me make it over here. 1, 2, and we need to make this timeline till 44 years, right? Okay. So this is the timeline we have made till 44 years. And let's keep it annual, Sakshi, otherwise it will just become more complicated. So if her monthly salary is 1,50,000, what would be annual? In hand cash inflow into 12, right? Simple. And if her monthly expense is 45,000, what can be annual? 45,000 into 12. So her annual outflow is what? 5,40,000. And her annual inflow is, and this is the scenario as of today. This is the scenario as of today.
Yes.
So her annual cash inflow minus cash outflow, annual savings is what? 60,000. So to start with, can I say the first year's cash inflow is what? Net cash inflow. Can I name it something like this? Net cash inflow.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now, what is the assumption we need to take? We need to take an assumption, guys, that first of all, in all practical scenario, if this year Fiza is earning 18 lakh, do you think that she next year also she will earn 18 lakh rupees on?
No increment.
It should increase. Otherwise, Fiza will leave Societe General and will join Bank of America. Yes or no? At a 40% or 30% increment, whatever the market increment, and how lucky she is to get that increment, right?
Yes.
Right or wrong?
Right.
So what are we talking about? in economy, to working class people, Chetan, to working class people, it makes sense that people every year there is some increment in the earnings of people.
Yes.
Yes, sir. And we are talking about salaried class, right? So salaried class would definitely look forward to an annual increment, if not half yearly increment, if not monthly increment, at least an annual increment they would expect. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Still, I'm seeing three Chetan Mutta, and I know one Chetan Mutta who is unmuted is the clear Chetan sir, because I know Chetan sir always participates. What about the other two Chetan Mutta guys? Can you tell me who are you? I will update your name over here. Because it becomes really, I'm telling you, I can't call names then. Okay. So Kishore Kumar. Kishore Kumar. Are you there? Kishore Kumar? Kishore sir, are you there? It's been very long we interacted. Kishore sir, let's participate into this.
Sir, hello.
Yeah. So Kishore sir,
Yeah.
out of your experience, tell me what could be the reasonable increment we can expect over a long period of time? What could be the reasonable trajectory? For till now, everything is clear to you, right? Till now, whatever we have discussed, we are trying to bring an approach, right? We are trying to formulate an approach, right? So till now, everything makes sense to you that we need to value FISA based on its income earning capability, right? Is it clear to you so far, or any question?
No, sir, no question.
So tell me, what should be the increment trajectory, Kishore sir, for FISA?
5% per annum.
5% per annum. So, yeah, okay, 5% per annum. On an average, 5% is a good increment one can expect, right? So 5% per annum. So if we formulate it, is it practical to believe 5% increment? Now let's bring Maitri into this. Maitri, do you think this is reasonable to consider 5% increment?
No, sir.
It depends. When you switch a company, obviously you'll get more hike. If you continue in the same company,
we can
maybe every 5
moderate
years.
it. We can moderate it. We can make it more practical by assuming, for example, next year she plans to change her job and get a 30% increment. Once she changes job, she would keep on working in the company for at least 3 years, right? So in her company, she would get an increment of 10%, 7%, 7%. After that, she had this dream in the night that the work she is doing is good, but she wants to change her profile. Can this dream come? Tell me, Mike. Can this dream come to someone that whatever I'm doing is fine, but I always wanted to do, and we have only one life. I should change my profile and should get into the other profile. Can this dream come to someone's life or not? Tell me, Mike.
Sir.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, Maitri, you were saying something. Let Maitri speak. Yes, Maitri. Can this dream come to someone?
Yes, yes. It
is
can
practical,
come,
right?
it will come. Yes, it's practical. Everybody wants to try new things.
Right? Yeah, we cannot say everybody. Maybe there are n number of people might be happy doing what they're doing, right? And so let's keep it. But there would be some categories of people who would think that we should have got something else, and better we should get something into different profile, right? So
yes,
in most of the cases, yeah. So in most of the cases, Chetan sir, when somebody changes his or her profile from one profile to another, you would have noticed that in 80%, 70% of the cases, they have to go with a pay cut. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Yes.
Why it happens? Because when they approach to a new company, they say, see, your prior experience is good. I appreciate, but it has no utility in our current profile. Yes or no?
Yes, yes, because it's a new thing you have to learn. It takes time. Obviously,
Right.
you have to compensate.
Right. So 70% of the cases, because we can see, Chetan sir, today's world is 70% bad and 30% good. We have reached that stage. I don't think people will disagree with it. There was a time when 50-50 was there, and then there was a time when 100% good and 0% bad was there. Then 120, 130, and that is how we have evolved as human beings. Yes, sir. from the world of Rama to the world of Krishna to the world of today's, right? So obviously the bad is increasing, the good is decreasing, and then we will reach to a stage when that would be the end of the world, when that would be when 99% bad and 1% good will remain. Yes or no? That's how we have been seeing or reading the grantha in any religion. Yes or no?
यस यस सर।
Right?
सर मुझे सिर्फ एक डाउट ये है
हाँ हाँ पूछो।
कि जब हम लोग कैश फ्लो मतलब नेट कैश फ्लो जब काउंट कर रहे हैं तो ये हम लोग कैसे मतलब ये इमेजिन करना जरूरी है क्या कि कोई कंपनी बंदा स्विच करेगा या नहीं करेगा या
देखो ये इमेजिन करना जरूरी है कि नहीं ये पता नहीं चेतन सर, बट हमें अगर फ्यूचर में घुसना है, if we want to enter into the future, we should enter with the most practical scenario. Because in real life, a lot of things can happen and the future might not be the same which we are projecting. But at the time of projections, we should make most reasonable projections. Because see, anybody who is in job, Chetan sir, in today's world, if you will see, every 2 or 3 years, he will change the job and he will get an increment. In the range of 30-40%. This is happening, right? If you see my life, in last 7 years, I have changed 5 companies, right?
Okay.
And in one time, I took a hit of 50%. Rest all the changes, I got an increment of in the range of 30 to 60%. And in one side, I took a hit of 50%. Why? Because I wanted to change my profile.
Okay, okay.
So this happens with any individual, guys. So it's not about is it mandatory? It is not. No. What is important that when you are projecting for the future, we should project with the most practical scenario.
Okay.
So like we saw the projections for Colgate, right? So it is not any random number we will pick, or it is not mandatory that we will give an increment rate of 10% to the revenue of Colgate. What is important that we study and try to figure out the most practical growth rate for the company Colgate. That's what we understood from that case study. Yes or no? That is what we understood from that case study while we were making the projections for Colgate. Yes or no, guys?
Okay, okay, yes.
Right. So this is what we are doing. We are trying to make it most practical. So for example, Fiza changes the job and get an pay cut of 25%. Next year, she starts performing well. She get a 10% increment, 10% increment. And then she changes her job, again 30% increment. And after that, she now, because she has reached to a senior position, it is not that easy. There are two things. One, your package is very high, so rate of increment will go down. And second, you have reached to a senior position that now switching is not very easy. So for next 5-7 years, you will keep having a single digit increment in the range of 5 to 7% randomly. I can just have a number of randomly 5 to 7%. After that, you change your job again, you get a 50% increment, and then after that, the same thing, you keep on increasing at 5%. At 1 year, you take sabbatical. So when you take sabbatical, the entire salary earning would be zero, and for a few years it will remain zero, right? And again, you would start after 2 years or 3 years of sabbatical or break. You will start your career again, and in that case, you will start with the package which you were having in the latest year when you were earning, right? So from here, you'll start again. And then the growth rate will start 10, 10, then 5. And then it will continue growing at 5%. In between, you would change the job once, and that time you will get 20% increment. Because your package will be so high that the percentage of increment would not be that high. So this looks more practical than what was earlier we were taking, which is 5% increment. Yes or no? Tell me. Does it look practical or not, Fiza? Does it look more practical than what the earlier assumption of 5% increment we're taking?
Yes, yes.
Right? It happens, right? People are taking sabbatical. These days we are seeing, yes or no? That after working 20, 30 years or 10, 15 years, they take sabbatical. If you want proof, I can show you proof. For example, if you go to LinkedIn, because I don't know if we all are seeing the same world or not. So if you write sabbatical over here, right? And if you look sabbatical and you click on sabbatical, Harsha C, he is on leave. Currently, he is on leave at sabbatical. Can you see that? What does it mean? What does it mean?
Temporary leave.
Yeah, he's on leave
Break.
for 1 year, 2 year, because sabbatical leaves are generally 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, right? And he's not going to work for the next 1 to 3. Nilkant KN on sabbatical. Nandini Satam on sabbatical. So sabbatical today is not a taboo, or it is not something which is not achievable. See, Kiran on a sabbatical. Like you can see the photo image, right? It looks like taking a sabbatical. See this lady, Shalini Bahari on a sabbatical. Ibrahim on a sabbatical. So we need to think practically, guys. It's very practical that people go on sabbatical. Rashmi Sharma, currently she is on sabbatical. Shelly Saini on sabbatical. She was in past at sabbatical. Now she has joined back to City India. Right. So people do take sabbatical, guys. People do take pay cut. People do take. It's not that every change you are making in your career you will go on an increment on. These are true stories and practical stories we are talking about in today's world, right? So considering all those practical scenarios, we have created a growth trajectory for her earnings. And now let's calculate her savings. We are calculating the net cash inflow, right? We are not calculating the cash inflow. We are selling net cash inflow. That means cash inflow minus cash outflow, right? So by the time she would be retiring, her package savings would be what? Her savings would be what? 1 crore 79 lakh rupees, right?
Yes, sir.
That would be her annual savings, right? And in the few years, she would not be earning anything. She has taken a 3 years break in between also, right?
Yes, sir.
So she left her package at 65 lakh rupees of savings, and she restarted at the same savings, because sabbatical is what? Sabbatical is something which you take when staying in the same company. You ask for sabbatical, so you join the same company at the same package which you left when you went for sabbatical. Yes or no, guys? You understand the meaning of sabbatical, right?
Right.
So in sabbatical, you do not leave the organization. You still are employed, but you are on a long leave, and that is called a sabbatical, right? So this is going to be her earning trajectory. Now, Maitri, what do you think? The value, what would be the value of?
But here,
Yeah.
we have taken net cash inflow, right? Keeping in mind the percentage of expenses,
Will be 30%.
30%. But even that should vary, right? Because down
Okay.
the next 44 years.
Okay, that should vary. That should vary, but again, that assumption we can take, right? So that can go down, in fact. That can go up or down, both ways. Yes or no?
Both ways, but there is variation. That is what I want.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Obviously, there would be variation, and it can go both ways, up and down, because her here, for example, her salary increases, but her expenses do not increase. Then in that case, what will happen? the cash inflow will go up, right? Net cash inflow will go up.
Okay. Okay. So overall, it gets sorted up.
No, it's not sorted, by the way. It is not sorted, and we are not sorting it, but that's a real thing which you have talked about. See, what you are, Maitri, you are speaking, right?
Yes.
So Maitri, what you're saying, it is not sorted. I'm not saying it is sorted. It is not sorted. You're correct. You're correct that the expense ratio would change.
Okay. So where is that?
But I'm saying that, what I'm saying is this, that this is impossible. This is impossible for us to find out what would be her expense ratio.
Okay. Yeah.
We can only, and that is why we are assuming that 30% will remain the cash expense ratio. Some years our expenses will go up, some years our expenses will go down as compared to our salary. And that is why we are assuming 30%. But I'm saying, Maitri, I'm incapable of assuming an changing or random number for every year.
To follow a trend, we'll not be able to do it. Okay.
For her increment, I could follow a trajectory because we have enough historical data. We have enough historical data of a lot of people's careers, that how their career trajectory has been, right? Because these are more of market driven. The packages and all which you get is more of market driven, right? It's an averages. It's kind of an average of all the people who are employed.
Yes.
Right?
Expenses are purely individualistic.
Yeah, it's purely individualistic. It depends that how many people who are earning in a family, right? What are the expenses she is expecting in future? How? Because in today's world, even if you're earning 1 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees, you can make your bank balance zero in a single minute. Because the places where you can spend money are innumerable, right? Innumerous.
Yes, it all depends on individual. Correct.
Yeah.
If you want to save, you'll save. If you want to spend, you'll spend.
Yes.
So Sumit, expense ratio is an important aspect.
Definitely, it would directly impact your net cash inflow. There are only two important aspects over here. One is your cash expense ratio, and second is the growth trajectory.
So can we completely rely on this method we are using? Because
No,
down the
who can? In any valuation method other than asset valuation, we cannot rely on any valuation method. This is something we discussed in the last session also, if you remember, that whatever valuation you come up on, it's completely an assumption of what can happen or what best you can assume.
What best we can assume.
Right? This is what best you can assume. What practical you can assume. Right? But to say that this is the best, if somebody tells you, somebody values based on his assumption and says that this is the best, you need to know that that is the person you need to avoid in your life. Because that is a person who is overconfident in his life. And if you will bet on his overconfidence, it can cost you a lot. ऐसे लोग होते हैं ना जो मिलते हैं, यार लगा दे टीसीएस में, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, पैसा डबल हो जाएगा 1 साल में. I am telling you, money will get double in 1 year. I have valued the company. Somebody says you this, then that's the person you need to block in your WhatsApp. I get what I'm saying?
Agree.
So valuation is always individualistic, and can we rely on it? It is just going to give us some number, some idea, a range, a perspective. But a lot of things and actuality, a lot of things can happen, Fiza. Now let's make it Fiza to Sumit, okay? So that, because scenarios can be lot. So let's make it Sumit. Let's make it, this is value of Sumit. This is net savings of Sumit, okay? So everything is of Sumit now, okay? Now this Sumit, we are creating a trajectory of 44 years, right? So I'm 31, but for the sake of example, we have taken that I'm 21. That's fine. Let's keep that's fine. Okay. Or maybe let's make it 31, but let's believe that I am planning to work till 75 years. Okay? Because I don't want to change that 44 years timeline. बना दिया तो बना दिया ना. Now, in reality, what can happen, Fiza? Fourth year, I met with an accident and I'm partially or temporary. I'm temporary. Partial handicap. What will happen? Either I'm temporary handicapped for 1 year or 1 month or few months, or I get partially handicapped. What will happen? Would I be still be? Would my company be? Would my company keep me in the job? Who knows? If I lose my eyes, what will happen? The company will not keep me, honestly, right? Don't see, we are into research job, and if I can't see on screen, what is the point? Yes or no? Hello? So from here onwards, it will become zero. Forget about 1 crore. Here only it will become zero. Yes or no? Tell me. Right? Now, the scenario can be ulta. In the third year end, my, for example, I had invested into a stock, right? I was an investor into a stock and I invested at 10,000 rupees. So I invested at 32 rupees per share. And I bought 13,000 share. Okay. So let's give it practical ना. Again, let's give it practical. तो जो रियल में किया वो करता हूँ मैं आपसे, ठीक है? तो फॉर एग्जांपल आई एम एन इन्वेस्टर इनटू आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक, ठीक है? I am into investor into IDFC First Bank. I invested into IDFC First Bank. My average purchase price is somewhere around 31 or 30. Okay? And I have bought 13,000 shares of IDFC First Bank. This is reality I'm telling you. Okay? Now, after 3 years, by the time or here, or maybe 4-5 years here, the share price in the 7th year, the share price of that stock goes to 1,500. How much? 1,500. So what is the wealth I will generate automatically? 13,000 into 1,500. How much will I earn? 1 crore, 95 lakh rupees total earning. Yes or no? Yes or no? Complete earning. There is no cash outflow. This is cash inflow only, full. Yes or no? What will I do? I will declare my, here I will declare my, what? My retirement. I'll say, boss, I don't need to work. I have enough money. Why to work? From here onwards, everything is zero. Huh? I leave my job. See, if bad things like accident can happen, good things like this can also happen. Yes or no? हो सकता है ना? कोई मैं ऐसी चीज तो I'm not talking about something which is not possible, right? It has happened. It has happened. For example, if you look in history, HDFC Bank share price once upon a time was 10 rupees. What was the price? I'll show you. HDFC Bank share price. Once upon a time, Fiza. Once upon a time. What was the price?
10 rupees.
It is showing 5 rupees because it would have got split and everything. But originally it was issued at what price? 10 rupees. My uncle had bought around 10,000 shares. How many shares?
10,000.
10,000 shares. So obviously when the shares price would have reached to 100, 200, don't you think my uncle would have felt financially highly stable? Think about it. He's no more into this world. But don't you think after 10 years when the share price would have become 10 times, he would have felt highly secured financially? Yes or no?
Wealth is increased.
Right? So similarly, so this happens, right? This has happened in many stocks. It happens that it can reach to 20 times or 30 times of their value. So if it happens, what I'll do? I'll declare my retirement. See, if still it's not looks believable to you, let me give one more example.
बोलो काय नाही येस फोन केलं आराम से 8 बजे तो पुन्हा ये पता ठीक है तुझे जा नहीं का ऊपर
Let's see if I can show you, but so he began buying Tesla at what price? 7.5. Now he's retiring at 39 years old with what is the worth? $12 million. $1 million is 7.5 CR, right? $1 million is 7.5 CR crores in INR. So he has generated 100 crore rupees kind of value, right? Don't you think somebody who's earns 100 crores would feel like retiring? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
So at the age of 39, when he or she would have been investing into Tesla at the price of 7.5, you would have thought, okay, I would work till 65, which is a normal age to work till date, right? But he generated 100 crore rupees, he made 100 crore rupees. What is the point? He retired, right? So is it really practical? It is practical. So a lot of things in reality can happen which can change our thesis, right? And that is why are these valuation correct? No. At the surface of it, I am saying it is incorrect. There is 99% chance that whatever value we will arrive for you or for Sumit, it would be 99.9% it will be incorrect. Because it is only Lord Krishna, right? Whosoever Lord you talk about, Lord Jesus or whosoever, Lord Allah or whosoever, right? Only they have that much of visibility of 44 years, yeah, Fiza. Come on. Otherwise, who can tell that I can see beyond 40 years? Can we see beyond 1 hour? Huh? एक घंटे बाद में क्या होगा? Can you really tell? We can't, right? How can we say something of 44 years? Think about it. So it is highly impractical, or it is next to impossible that whatever value we will arrive based on this approach would be the actual value. Are you getting it?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's purely on assumptions.
It's purely an assumption. It is just, yes, purely an assumption. Yeah. Make sense?
Yeah. It does.
Okay. So now tell me, what would be the value of Fiza? Maitri, that was the question to you. Now that we have projected the 44 years of cash flows for net cash flows for Fiza, what should be the value of Fiza? Tell me.
The first year will be the current year. It will be the same. Next years you have to bring it for present value because it's a future value, right?
So now that is something which you brought another very important concept, Chandni, that something which Fiza is going to earn in year 2, right? Even this first year also, this is something, Maitri, let's believe this is something she is going to earn at the end of the year, okay?
Okay.
We are in year 0, right?
Okay.
But something she is going to earn in year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 would not have the same value of having the same money as of today in your pocket. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So we need to discount all these cash flows, right? We need to discount all these
cash flows.
So what you would be seeing that this right now, Chandni, would be looking very lucrative to you, that wow, Fiza would be making, after 44 years, Fiza would be making 1 crore 79 lakh rupees of savings. This would be looking very lucrative to you, right?
Yes.
Isn't it lucrative? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. But as soon as we will bring it down to present value as of today, you will say, "Arey yaar, itna hi hai kya?" Is it that small a number? So we need to understand what Fiza is going to make in crores 44 years from now would be worth few lakhs as of today. Honestly, if you have to, right now, if I have to come to the number, so it is worth how much? 9 lakh rupees. How much?
9 lakh.
As of today.
Only 9 lakh.
Only 9 lakh. So what she is going to earn 44 years from now, you would be saying, okay, 1 crore 79 lakhs. Oh my God. But boss, that is just worth how much? 9 lakh rupees as of today. Yes or no? Now, this
Yes.
would also depend. Would it be 9 lakh rupees depending on what would be the inflation? For example, if inflation is little lesser, then this would be worth 21 lakhs. If inflation reaches to 1, this might be worth bigger number. 1 crore 16 lakh. But assuming that inflation would remain 7%, it would be worth 9 lakh. And God forbid, if inflation reaches to 10%, this would be worth only 2 lakh rupees.
2 lakh. Yeah.
As of today. That means earning 2 lakh rupees as of today and earning 1 crore 79 lakh rupees
After 44 years.
44th year is same. Right?
1 crore
At a
looks
very
fancy.
decent, at a very decent and low rate of 10%, we have calculated it, right? What if the rate goes to 5%? The number will increase. It will become 21 lakh, right? So considering 5% inflation rate or 7% inflation or 6% inflation is reasonable because that could be the rate of inflation. Or 5% is more reasonable. Let's consider 5%, right? 5% in a long-term basis. So we need to find what? We need to find the present value of all these numbers.
Cash.
Yeah. So to find that, we need to calculate something called as present value factor. What? Present value factor. At certain rate, at certain discount rate. Present value factor at certain discount rate. Assuming the discount rate is 5%. What is the discount rate? 5%. So
the discount rate is the inflation rate. Is it the same?
I'm believing that that's because that's going to affect the individual's income. In a business, when we will be looking at, it would be much beyond inflation rate. That in business, this inflation rate would be replaced by something called as expected rate of return.
Okay.
Expected rate of return that we will learn.
In this example, the 5% is it the inflation rate?
Largely it is because it is individual's income we are talking about, right? So individual's income would lose money value, would lose value only because of inflation.
Yeah,
Think about
depending on, yes, depending
other
on
than inflation, nothing is going to lose the value of the money which you have in your pocket. If, for example, the price of sugar remains 30 rupees per kg 40 years from now, and today also it is 30 rupees of kg, then the money which you are having 30 rupees of note which if you have in your pocket, it hasn't lost any value. See, if you go to the market and you have 30 rupees of note in the pocket, right? And you go to the market today, and today you get 1 kg of sugar, right? And with some supreme power, you go for 30 years of deep sleep. Hello? You go for what? 30 years of deep sleep with the same pant which you are wearing. Okay. Suddenly, after 30 years, you awake and you go to the market to buy sugar, right? And you have 30 rupees in your pocket, and still you get, after 30 years, you get what? In the same 30 rupees, you get what? 1 kg of sugar. Would you feel like, would you get to know ever that you were slept for 30 years? You will think it is just a matter of yesterday. Yes or no? Hello? I'm giving you a fictitious example, but this should help you understand this. You would not realize that you were in deep sleep of 30 years. For you, the day 30 years from now and the day which is today would be same. Yes or no? Hello? Guys, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? But this is highly unlikely that the same gram of sugar you will get in 30 rupees. In 30 rupees, 30 years from now, you might not get, forget about 1 kg, you might not get 1 gram of sugar. Hello? 1 gram. That is 1,000. So what is the price? 1,000. So that would be the value of your note. What you are having in your pocket, 30 rupees, will have a worth how much? 3 paisa. So what is resulting into loss of value? How much value have you lost? You have lost the value of 29 rupees 97 paisa. Are you able to understand this?
Yes, sir.
You lost the value. This is loss of value. Though you are having the same note of 30 rupees in your pocket, but that 30 rupees has lost the value of 29.97. So what is going to affect individuals' purchasing power? Inflation. But if these cash flows, Maitri, are the cash flows of a company, then in that case, the value of company's cash flow would not only be affected by inflation, there are various other factors. We will learn them at the right time. Okay. So there the discount rate will not be inflation rate. There the discount rate is something called as cost of capital. Hello. And if you know, that was a session planned for Sunday, cost of capital. Remember? Maitri, are you there?
Yeah, Sumit, I'm there. Yeah.
That was a session actually planned for today, right? After valuation advance. So we will learn what is cost of capital. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So right now, let's believe that 5% inflation is going to affect the value. So we will find present value factor. So how would we find the present value factor? Simple. The value should be lower than 1, right? A factor which brings the value, the unitary system, if you look at, which brings the value of 1 lesser than 1, right? So when it will happen? 1, when you will divide 1 by 1 plus 5%. So the value will become 1 rupees value will become what? 95 paisa. So 12 lakh rupees value will become what? Present value of net cash inflow. So what would be the, so if 1 rupee is worth 95 paisa, what would be the worth of 12 lakh 60,000 as of today? 12 lakh 60,000 into 95 paisa, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So the value of 12 lakh 60,000 as of today will be what? 12 lakh. So like this, so 5%.
One plus 44.
To the power 1. Should not be this, it should be a simple one. So like this, you will calculate for all the years. So you will get the factors. So what is the worth of 1 rupee after 2 years of inflation?
90 paisa.
90 paisa. That means what?
10 paisa is the
owning 1 rupees 2 years from now, owning 1 rupees 2 years from now, or owning 90 paisa as of today is same.
Yeah.
Right? Owning 1 rupees 3 years from now, or owning 86 paisa as of today is same.
So, yeah.
Owning 1 rupees 4 years from now and owning 82.27 paisa as of today is same, right? So then you multiply it with that year's cash inflow. So you will get the present value of cash inflow. Like this you will do. Right. Yeah. So now what will be the value of visa? What will be the value of visa? It will be nothing but equal to sum total of all these cash inflows which she or all this present value of all these cash inflows, right? Which she is going to get as savings over the years, and we have brought every value to the present value as of today. That means not having a savings of 19 lakh rupees in the 4th year, but having a savings 15 lakh rupees as of today. Not having a salary of 20 lakh rupees in the 5th year, but having a savings of 16 lakh 16,000 as of today. Not having a savings of 17 lakh rupees in the 7th year, but having a savings of 12 lakh rupees 9,000 as of today. Are you getting it or not? Tell me.
Yes.
Right.
You're getting it. Yeah.
So what have we calculated over here? Value of FISA based on what? Based on his, based on her future cash
Cash flow.
earning potentials. Cash earning plus savings potential, right? Because if earning is 18 lakh, but her savings is what? Only 10%. Then the value will be what? Only 1 CR. Are you getting it? So somebody said, you said, right? Expense ratio will have a huge impact on the value of FISA. Yes. If her savings is 20%, then her value is, so if she is saving 100%, then her value will be 10 crore. That means whatever she is earning, she is saving, she is doing zero expense, right? So assuming that her savings is 70%, what would be the value of FISA based on her future earning potential? What should be the reasonable value of FISA? Hello?
7,38,77,587.
587. Right? So when we value anyone based on its future earning capabilities, that anyone can be an individual, that anyone can be a business. Anyone based on its future earning capacities, that approach is called as what? Discounted cash flow approach or income approach. That approach is called as what? Discounted cash flow method or income method. Why it is called income method? Because we are discounting the future income to current level to value someone. Are you getting it? Any question on this? Tell me.
Yes, Sumit, I have a doubt.
Yeah, go ahead.
The discount rate, this inflation rate will not be same for all 44 years. It will.
Correct. It will change. It will change. Obviously, it will change. All the three things. So now we have identified three assumptions which is going to have a huge change in value, right? So what we can do over here, we can create a sensitivity table. What can we create? A sensitivity table. We say, what if the discount rate is, so here, for example, we are considering 5%, lower than 5%. Or what if it is more than 5%? Right? Similarly, what if the expense ratio is, right now what expense, income savings ratio we have assumed? 30%, right? How we can arrive at 30%? 1 minus the expense ratio, right? So what if this expense ratio is less than 30% and more than 30%, right? So here it is 30%. So what if it is less than 30%? And what if it is more than 30%? With a scale of 5% change, okay? So how many values we have over here? 11 values. And how many year values we have over here? 10 values. So we need to make it 11 here also. It should be, yeah. And then create a sensitivity table. So we get a range of values. So go to data, what if analysis, data table. What is the row input cell? I always get confused in row input cell and this, but there are two variables. What are the first variable? The first variable is discount rate and second expense ratio, right? So what is the current scenario we have? So we get to know if we get the current scenario values over here. See, we have a current scenario, this only, right? This and this. Yes or no? This here and this here. Are we getting the same value? 738, 77587. Huh?
Yes. Yes.
So that means we have done it correctly. So we have done it correctly. Now let's just make it more readable. So these can be the various ranges of values. Right? So these can be the various ranges of values depending on what is the trajectory of either the discount rate or inflation rate, and second is what?
Expense ratio.
Expense ratio. So if the expense ratio increases, obviously the value should go down, right? So see, with the lower expense ratio in all the cells, values are higher. So from lower expense ratio to higher expense ratio, the value is going down, yes or no? And the combination of increase in expense ratio and increase in discount rate should reduce the value to the core. So this is the highest expense ratio and this is the highest discount rate. The value is the lowest, yes or no? In all these cells, the lowest value you can calculate equal to minimum of all these numbers. What is the minimum? Isn't it the minimum, the lowest value? And what is the juncture at lowest value? The juncture is highest discount rate of 10% and highest expense ratio of 55%, right?
Yes.
So that to some extent should help you understand our perspective, right? That what if the discount rate is higher? What if the discount rate is lower? What if the expense ratio is higher and what if the expense ratio is lower? So here we have a range in the form of 121 possible values, right? Or 121 data points or 121 possible values. Make sense? And then you can create a range out of these that the best scenario will be what? Zero discount rate and lowest expense ratio. Yes or no? Zero discount rate and lowest expense ratio. Yes or no? That should give the best value. Yes or no?
Yes.
So maximum of all these numbers, let's calculate. Are we getting it the right or not? What is the maximum value? 38 crore, 38, 78, 712. It should be at what combination? Lowest discount rate and lowest expense ratio, which is this one. See? So is it same? 38, 38, 78. So this is the maximum value which visa can achieve, assuming that she has 5% expense ratio and 0% discount. So she's living in a world where there is no inflation, right? What is the minimum value she can have? One crore 87 lakh 78. In what scenario? When she is living in the world with a very high inflation, that is 10% inflation, and she is spending a lot. She is spending a lot, right? And median, you can have median value. It is 7 crore 33 lakhs. Average, on an average, what should be the value? Considering all the scenarios on an average, what can be the best possible value? 10 crore. So these are various ranges which you can have in your mind. So this analysis will help you in your decision process. It is not your decision. You need to understand Maitri. This is not taking you to the final decision. This should help you in your decision process by giving you some perspective. So here we have perspective. Yes or no? You have perspective on the value of visa or not? Tell me.
You can also know like what happens, like if this percentage is there and that rate of inflation is there.
So now, based on your belief, if you are a believer that visa is going to spend a lot and she is going to live in a country which is hyperinflation, you should assign which value to Fiza. According to you, what should be the value of Fiza? 1 crore 87 lakh. And if Fiza is asking a loan of 3 crore, should you give it to her? No. But if you think Fiza is going to be doing heavy savings in her life, and she is living in an environment where there is no inflation, her value should be what? 38 crore rupees in your mind. And if she is asking a loan of 3 crore rupees, should you give that loan to her? Yes. Yes or no? Because her value is 10 times what she's asking as loan. Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So this approaches gives you perspectives. This is not the decision. This is a tool to make decision, not decision itself. You need to understand. Yeah. So this method is called as what? When you find a value based on this cash flow based approach, this approach is known as what? Discounted cash flow method or income approach of value. Is it clear? Anyone has any question? Guys? Anyone has any question?
It's clear to me.
Okay. Guys, anyone has any question?
Hello, Sumit.
Yeah.
Just a small observation. This model is, really putting emphasis into the rate of inflation. मतलब जो भी value निकल के आ रहा है, it's very much dependent on the rate of inflation, right?
Yeah, three things. It is dependent on three things: rate of inflation, future expected increments, and rate of inflation, future expected increment, and your
Expense ratio.
Expense ratio.
expense ratio. So it depends on these three. There are three variables you can say which you need to get sure of in order to create this model. Yeah, please go ahead with your question. I just corrected you. It's not one thing, there are three things. Please go ahead with your question. Yeah,
No, sir, it was just.
Okay, you were sharing your observation, right? So your observation is correct. It is just partially correct. It's not only inflation. There are other aspects also, which is really impacting the value, right?
No, so these two are mostly internal to a business. The second and the third one.
We are not talking about business, by the way, but at all, if you are asking with respect to business, I would like to answer it. Yeah. So what is internal and what is external with respect to business?
The future expected increments and expense ratio.
Yeah. So in a business, this would be more like future expected growth in the earnings, right? Growth in earnings. And expense ratio obviously would be expenses. Organization also has expenses, right? So we call it operating margins. We can calculate operating margins as saving ratio, by the way. Yeah. These all are internals. Both are internals. And rate of inflation in a business will be replaced by what I said. What it be replaced by? Cost of
Capital, you said.
So in businesses also, only these three things would be impacting the value, but they would have three different names. In case of individual, it is rate of inflation. In case of business, it will be what? In case of individual, the variable factors are rate of inflation. In case of business, the vis-a-vis variable factor is what? Cost of capital. Future expected increment, it would be growth in earnings. An expense ratio, rather it is expense ratio, you can call it savings ratio. So the vis-a-vis replica of that would be operating margins. So yes, these two are internal and this is purely external. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, when you're expressing the valuations, are you expressing it in a range, or is it an exact number?
It should not, it should never. So this is something which I've been telling to Fiza, to everyone, that it should not be one value. Otherwise, it can never be one value. You need to understand. It is impossible. I'm telling you, only Lord Krishna can give you one value. Rest everyone. If somebody tells you that I have 1 point value for this company based on its future cash flows, I told you, please block that person in your life. Are you getting what I'm saying? I clearly said this point. Yes or no? That if somebody says that I'm very adamant that likhe le, I can write it on paper and give it to you that the value of this business is 7 crore rupees. So you invest in that business. What you should do? You should never invest in that business based on his recommendation. One. Second, you should block him. You should do what? You should block him. It can never be 1 point value. You need to understand it is always a representation of what your assumptions are. And these assumptions would be different for everyone. Yeah.
जो research reports में price targets देते हैं वो.
So that is what we need to understand. Those price targets, they never promise. To show me one research report there where they say that with this price target, I am giving 100% guarantee that if you invest, considering this price target in mind, if you invest in this company, it will have reach to that level price. Give me any research report which gives you that promise. They give a target price. That is what a reflection of their understanding of the future of the company. But is any research report gives you guarantee? Because if somebody is giving you guarantee, then you can take him to the court.
Okay.
If you are relying on his or her this, what do you say, suggestion or recommendation.
Right.
Because if somebody is giving you guarantee, then it becomes his responsibility. So, for example, there are two kinds of banks. There are normal banks. There are custodian banks. Custodian banks, right? Now, if you keep your money with normal bank, if you keep your cash with normal bank, and if you keep your cash with custodian bank, there is a huge difference. So, for example, you kept 100 crore rupees. How much? 100 crore rupees in your normal bank savings account. Okay. If the bank got insolvent, what? Insolvent. How much will you get back? How much will you get back from your savings account?
जो भी insurance cover होगा अपना.
5 lakh, right?
Right.
That is covered by RBI, right?
Right.
For all the, not all the banks, but yeah, you need to check with whichever bank you are opening the account. But all these scheduled bank, I really don't know terminology very well with respect to banks, but you understand banks like HDFC, SBI, the big banks. For them, RBI gives a coverage of 5 lakh rupees, or to some bank it gives 1 lakh rupees of coverage, right? But if you keep 100 rupees of cash to custodian bank, and if custodian banks gets insolvent, how much will you get back?
No idea, sir.
100 crores. Because custodian banks gives guarantee that every single penny you keep with us, we will give you back. Any single penny you keep with us, we will give you the entire money back to you. So it gives you what? Guarantee. If it doesn't give you, you can take the custodian bank to the court, and I am telling you, you are going to win. Custodian bank is not going to win. But normal bank will give you interest on your 100 crore rupees of savings balance. Custodian bank will not give you any interest. That's a different thing. By the way, as an individual, we can't open an account with custodian bank. Only HNIs, institutions, there is a minimum balance you need to maintain, 25, 50, 100 crore, something like that, to open an account with custodian bank and all. So HNI institutions and cash-rich corporates. See, that's what guarantee means, right? So target price is not guaranteed price. That is that particular company. So for every company, for example, you pick any company, TCS. For TCS, if there are 100 research reports, you go and open those research reports, I am telling you, you will find 100 target values. Somebody will say the target price is 1203. Somebody says the target price is 1205. Somebody says the target price is 1500. Somebody will say the target price is 1000. Somebody will say the target price is 500. Company is same, but everyone's view on that company is different. You go and check. There are enough number of fund houses who will tell you not to buy ITC. On the other hand, there are enough number of companies who will tell you go and buy ITC. The share price will double in 3 years. So that is their perspective on the value you need to understand. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Individual's perspective and their perspective with respect to these three things, right? And everyone will have a different view of these three things. Is it clear?
Yes.
Any question, guys? Anyone? Aditya, any question? Any question, guys? Aditya? Yeah. Chandni, any question? Yeah. Yogesh, any question?
No questions.
Okay. Rohit?
No, sir, please.
Karan, any question?
Sir, no questions, sir.
Okay. So,
Sir,
yeah,
sorry,
please go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
No. वही तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, पूछिए. Yes, go ahead.
So in DCF valuation model, you totally disregard assets and liabilities, right?
So if there is any productive asset, that you can disregard, but if there is any unproductive asset, that needs to be taken care of, and we will see how. Don't worry. But if there is any productive asset, because that asset is anyways getting calculated. See, in a business, if there is any machinery, so the machinery is mandatory to be there now, so that you can earn profit in the company. Yes or no? If machinery is not there, how will you produce? If you will not do production, how would you get revenue? If you will not get revenue, how will you get earnings? Are you getting what I'm saying? Hello?
Yes. Yeah.
So by that virtue, the value of that machinery is calculated already.
Okay.
The value of that machinery is already factored in net cash inflow. Are you getting what I'm saying?
So when you account for depreciation, the machinery is that what you're saying?
See, depreciation is something which has zero effect on cash. You need to understand we are talking of cash over here.
Right.
Depreciation has zero perspective on it. See, I'm telling boss, if machinery is not there, can you make any production?
No.
If you can't make any production, can you make any cash inflow?
No.
So it is the machinery is the basic thing which needs to be there so that you can produce or you can generate this cash inflow. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all the productive assets are mandatorily required for having that future cash inflow. So if those productive assets are not there, this future cash inflow will not come. So that's why they do not have any value. Their cash flows has value. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Okay.
They do not have value because see value. अभी हमारी एक land है, ठीक है? So my uncle has a land, ठीक है? It is a factory actually. ठीक है? Everyone goes to him. People who want to start a business. He says, so he's no more now, but that's what he used to say. Anybody who goes to him asking for buying the factory, what is the sale price? They used to say, sale price is 100 crore. Sale price is what? 100 crore. Now, if you really go and check the worth of that factory, the land is not more than 2 crore rupees at per market value. What is the actually worth of that land? So why is he asking for 100 crore rupees? Why he is asking 100 crore rupees?
For that assets and all.
Because see, it doesn't have any value if you don't want to sell it. You need to understand. He can ask 1,000 crore rupees. He can ask 1 lakh crore rupees. Boss, if you don't want to sell, you will give this kind of value only, na? Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
Something is worth 2 crore market value. You are going to buy that asset from that person. That person is asking 100 crore rupees. What is the problem? Basically, he doesn't want to sell it. Right? Similarly, all those assets, either if you want to sell it or you don't want to sell it, you need to make it clear. If you want to sell it, then you do not have to do all this tam jam. Don't have to do all this working. If you want to sell the asset, Anant, are you there?
Yes, Sumit.
If you want to sell, don't go on mute again and again.
Okay.
If you want to sell that machine, Anant, then there is no point of doing all these. Hello, do you get it or not?
Yes.
If you are selling the asset, what is the worth of doing all this cash inflow, cash outflow, this, that? What is the point of doing all this? You are selling the asset, na boss. How will you generate finished goods? How will you sell them? Whom will you sell them? There is no finished goods. Whom will you sell them? Huh?
There is no one.
Are you a magician that you will create finished goods out of air? Hello. You need machinery to do that, right? But machinery that you are planning to sell. So either you can use asset approach or you can use income approach for all the productive assets, because either you are selling the assets or you are using it. If you are selling the assets, don't do this income approach.
Okay.
And if you want to use those assets and want to generate income, then use income approach. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? So this I'm talking from the perspective of productive assets. But if there are any unproductive assets, what is what is productive and what is unproductive over here for a business perspective? All those assets which are getting utilized in the process of manufacturing and selling and generating revenue are productive assets. But can there be other assets which are not playing any role in the entire production process or selling process or generating revenue process? Can there be some assets with the company like that?
Yes, sir, like goodwill.
Yeah, goodwill nahi, investment.
Okay, right.
Goodwill is an intangible asset. Goodwill nahi hoga to customer kahan se aayega? I'm telling you, the entire process of manufacturing and selling, without goodwill, how will you sell? Anand, what are you doing? Don't you think goodwill brings customer to you?
You said assets that are not a part of productive.
So goodwill is a productive asset. Think about it. If you have goodwill, then only customers will come now. Because it is intangible, that doesn't mean it is not productive. Hello.
Okay.
Because you can't touch it. Did I say intangible asset and tangible asset?
No, you didn't.
I'm talking about productive asset and unproductive asset. Intangible doesn't mean it is unproductive. The emotions which you have is not it doesn't mean that because you can't see your emotion, that is why they are unproductive. Emotions are the most productive asset an individual has. Hello. What is motivation? Can you touch motivation? Tell me. Can you see motivation?
No.
But it's an emotion, yes or no?
Yeah.
And it makes Modi to become prime minister. If there is no motivation, people at the age of Modi generally gets retired and enjoy the retirement life. Crib about their children or crib about the society. Drink tea, read newspaper. 80% of the people who achieved 70 years or 65 years of age, don't you think they get retired in our country? Huh?
They do, sir.
So because it is intangible, that doesn't mean it is unproductive. Again, I'm telling you, productive asset means what? Asset which gets used in the process of manufacturing and selling for the company and generating revenue, right? Can you generate revenue without sale?
No.
So in the process of manufacturing, selling and generating revenue, whatever assets is getting used, that is what? Productive asset. What is unproductive asset for a business? Which is not playing any role in the process of manufacturing, selling or generating revenue. Can business have any such assets?
It
Can
can,
business
sir.
has any such assets? And
Yeah.
1,000 times in my sessions, I have told you about this. What are those assets?
Like if you have given a loan to someone.
Yeah, if business has given any loan not related to business, right?
Right.
Or any investment. Business, where did park its surplus money? Investments, right? It will not
Right.
dig a hole in the property and put the cash in there. Yes or no?
Yes.
1,000 times we have discussed this or not? Tell me.
Yes, sir, we have.
Right? So all those unproductive assets are not part of the process of generating income, and that is why they need to this value, they need to separately add it to reach to the value of the organization. Are you getting it?
Yes, sir. So what you're saying is, for a company that we don't want to sell, we won't be using the first approach. सर एक ही कंपनी का 2-3 मॉडल नहीं हो सकता क्या?
अनंत, मैंने कब बोला कि again you are not understanding? I don't know. See, Anant, I said that if you are planning to sell the assets of the company, then you will not use income approach. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
Then you will use which approach?
DCF.
DCF and income baba same hai na, Anant? What are you doing here? If you are planning to sell the assets of the company, will you use income approach? Income and DCF is same. Which approach will you use?
The first one, sir, net assets approach.
Asset, cost approach or asset approach, right?
Yeah.
But if you are not planning to sell the assets of the business, you want to sell the business, which is a running business or running business, which approach will you use?
If I don't want to sell?
Even if you don't want to sell business, but how would you arrive at the value of that business? If it's generating revenue, you don't want to sell the, why would anyone want to sell the assets of a business? Try to understand the value of a business is because it generates cash, Anand. Simple. What is a business, Anand? What is a business?
Any activity which is pursued with the motive of making a profit.
So business is not any activity. Tomorrow you will start doing illegal or illegal activities.
No, sir, legal activities.
Make profit. That is not business. Hello.
Yeah.
Which world you are living? I'm not here to talk about criminal activities. Hello. Tomorrow you will kidnap Fiza and you'll ask 3 crore rupees from her family and say, see, this is any activity fall under the category of business. This is not a business we're talking about, right?
Yeah, right, sir.
What is a business? A business is an activity, right? Business is an activity. It should be legal, right?
Legal activity. Yes.
It's a simple, yeah, boss. Do some value addition and sell services or sell goods. You generate revenue. The objective is to keep earning for coming future. Yes or no?
Yes.
And it has a life of in perpetuity, right? So even in that case, also, if you have to value the business because it has earning power and you expect the business to earn, make money, which approach will you use?
Income approach.
Why you will use income approach? Because that business is going to generate income. You need to understand, Anand.
Yes.
Right. But in case if you want to break down the business into assets and you want to sell assets individually because you think there is no future of the business, which approach will you use to value that business?
Assets approach.
Bas, it's simple. If you want to sell or you don't want to sell, it doesn't matter.
Okay, sir.
That is how you will value a business. Okay.
Yeah.
And you need to understand, Anand, 90% of the times, valuation will be done not by the person who wants to sell. It will be done by the person who wants to invest into that business. Are you getting? In a public market investment journey, you will value a business because you are an investor. You want to invest into it. You are not an owner of TCS. That I am an owner of TCS. I am Anand Nawada. I am owner of TCS, and that is I want to sell my business TCS, and that is why I'm valuing that business. Hello?
No.
You want to invest in that business. That is why you are valuing it, right?
Yes.
And you are valuing it based on what? The future cash it's going to generate. And while doing that, you are not adding the value of its, let's say, the productive assets. Why? Because the productive asset is the basic case because of which it is generating income. If productive assets are not there, it will not be able to generate any income. So either you can value productive assets or you can value the income. You can't say, I will value both.
Okay, sir.
Why?
Got it.
Why won't you say that?
Because I'm not intending to sell my business.
Forget about
I'm
buying and selling. यार भी बहुत explain कर दिया
I'm
ना.
looking to invest in the business.
अरे हाँ, you are looking to invest. Forget about that also. But why would you not add productive assets when you are using a DCF method? The value of productive assets will not be added to the income-oriented value. Why?
Because it's already reflected in the cash inflows.
Because that is the basic thing. If productive assets are not there, cash inflow will not be there.
Yeah.
Only one of the things can be there, right?
Right.
Either cash flows can be there or productive assets can be there. Both the things cannot be there.
Yes.
Right? When you see income coming out of it, that means productive assets is utilized. Something which is utilized, will it have any value? Hello? Something which is utilized, will it have any value?
No, sir, I didn't get the question.
Something which is utilized in the process of something, will it have any value?
Of course it does.
Arey boss, kaise hoga? It will become kachra. What are you doing? If something is utilized in the process, don't you think it becomes kachra? Hello?
Okay, sir.
If I give you a chocolate, you eat the chocolate. Now, can the chocolate have any value?
No, it goes to zero.
It will be waste, yes or no?
Yeah.
It's processed. So the assets are processed in order to generate the income. If assets are not processed, can you generate income? Hello, Anant, in a business, if assets are not processed, can you generate income?
No, sir.
So that means assets are processed. How would it have any value? Can it have any value if they got processed?
No, sir.
Right? It can, at max, it can have something called a salvage value, right?
Right.
It can have salvage value. And if you are selling any business, I'm putting on you on mute because there's a lot of voice coming from your side. But
right.
To just end this conversation, the salvage value would definitely be added in the cash inflow. Okay, in a business, cash inflow, salvage value will be part of it. What would be the salvage value? The value at which you are selling the business, selling the assets, right? So any asset which is completely processed and now it has no use, it will be sold, and that will generate some cash inflow, which will be part of it, net cash inflow. Okay, in a business. Yeah, you can unmute and now tell me if there is any follow-up question on this.
No, sir. My question was basically that I read in a book that you need to be very careful in doing valuation. So to be careful, you have to employ multiple models. Hello?
I'm listening, Anand.
Okay, sir. So is this the way to employ multiple models? That was my question. Can you value a same business with net assets approach and DCF approach? Will that be useful? That was my question. And now I got it. You can't do that to the same business.
No, so that's what I'm saying. What did you get? What did you get?
No, sir. In a running business, you can't employ net assets approach because you're not intending to sell the business.
But that doesn't mean that you can't apply other approaches. There are other approaches which can be applied.
Okay.
So this is here. Your question is with respect to applying net asset approach and income approach.
Yes.
Right. So if you are valuing any business income approach, it would be a foolish thing to value that business on what?
Net assets approach.
Because the very basic assumption is different now. For net asset approach, what is the assumption? The business is getting stopped.
Yes.
Not selling the business. Try to understand. Selling business is different. Somebody said merger acquisition. I cleared it then and there only. That even after merger, will the business continue? If it is going to be continued, then it's not about selling and buying the business. It is getting insolvent, Anant. I clearly written. Don't you understand the meaning of bankrupt and insolvency? What is the meaning of bankrupt? Huh? What is the meaning of bankruptcy?
Its liabilities are more than its assets.
In the definition of bankrupt, anywhere it comes that you are planning to sell the business or buy the business.
No.
Huh? It is not about buying and selling the business. The business becoming bankrupt means what? You don't see any future of the business. Hello?
Yes.
Right? So if you don't see any future of the business, what is the point of valuing that business based on income approach?
There is no point.
Right? So whatever is written in your book, whichever book you are referred to, you need to think thoroughly. Right? So the basic premise of using, there's too much of voice, you should sit in a silent place here. Yeah. So the basic premise, Anant, of applying a DCF is that the business has a future. Doesn't matter you want to buy that business, you want to sell that business, you want to take away that business, you want to do whatever with that business. It's not about that. Yeah, it's very simple, Anand, that if the business is going to continue, if the business is going to generate cash flow, then you will apply which method? Discounted cash flow method. If the business is not going to generate any cash flow, or you don't see the business to generate any cash flow, business is going to insolvent, business is getting bankrupt, then you will value the business at what approach? Asset-based
approach. Okay.
Asset-based approach, right?
Yes.
Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Now, that doesn't mean that if you are valuing any business on discounted cash flow method, you would not be able to value it with any other method. You can value. There are other valuation methods also. No? Isn't it written over here? Other method of valuation. Other method of valuation. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So whichever books you have read, Anand, there whatever is written over here is correct. Some business which you are valuing based on discounted cash flow method, you should try to value that business based on which another method?
Relative valuation.
Relative valuation method. Okay. So it is known as approach of corroborativeness. You need to corroborate, basically. I am not able to pronounce that name, but you need to corroborate your one approach with another approach. But that can be done with these two valuation methods. You cannot do discounted cash flow of the business, and of the same business you can do cost approach. Is it clear now?
Yes.
Now what is clear? Please can you tell me again that what is clear in your mind now?
Okay, sir.
Because you are giving me a new and new clear colors all the time. We started the question saying that what will we do with the assets? I explained you assets can be productive and unproductive. After that, I explained something else. You said something else, and then you said something like I read in book. So every time you are giving me a different color, and you are assuming some message which you want to assume. You're not taking the thing which I am telling you to take, right? So tell me what you understood now.
But till now you have explained sort of two kinds
whatever
of valuation.
I understand, whatever I explained is rubbish. You forget about that. Tell me what you understood.
I understood that in a running business, you are not supposed to employ asset-based valuation.
Why?
If it is generating income, you should employ discounted cash flow method only.
Why? Why?
Sir, it's a running business. It's generating cash. There is no point in using asset-based valuation because we are not selling it right now.
Again,
I mean, the business hasn't gone bankrupt till now.
So it's not about selling and buying, Anand.
Yeah, business is running. That's what I intended to say, but
right. So business is up and running. It is generating income. Which method you should apply? Income method.
Income.
Business is not generating any income, one, or you don't know if the business will ever generate income. Both the things. I cover both the things, right?
Right.
Either business is not generating any income or reach to bankruptcy, or you don't know if the business would ever generate income or what income it will generate. In case of what I said, which are startups which are just ideas or at a very nascent stage, right? You will use which method?
Asset-based valuation.
Is it clear now?
Yes.
Now, the third method, which is relative valuation method, it is something which can be corroborated with any of these approaches. You can use relative valuation method in addition or in conjunction to discounted cash flow method for the same business, or you use relative valuation method in conjunction to cost approach of valuation also. Okay, for any business. All right. Is it clear? Is it clear? So then we'll go into relative valuation. Yeah. Any more question, guys? Anyone? See, you ask questions, then only things gets clarified. Anant asked this question. You got a concept of productive asset, non-productive assets. This also got clarified that goodwill, intangible, tangible, a lot of things got clarified, right? You want to sell it or not sell it. So if you will not ask questions, things will not get clarified, honestly. So please tell me if there is any questions. And I really appreciate, Anant, that you asked these tough questions so that things got clarified. So it is beneficial for everyone if you ask questions. Yeah, please go ahead. Sakshi, any question?
Yes, Sumita, small one.
Please go ahead.
Suppose I am buying a running business, what you were discussing. So if I want to buy a running business, I would be paying for the future cash flows, the present value of the future cash flows. I would be paying in the way. So where would I, how would I generate profit from it? I mean, I would have paid already the present value of the future cash flows, which I would be generating. So where is my profit margin? How would I generate the margin?
So when you will be doing the valuation of this business based on discounting the future cash flows, and for example, you arrive at a value of 1,000 rupees per share. Okay. Okay. Now, if the market price is different, what value you have arrived based on your assumption is different than what market value the shares of that company is trading, right? Yes. So you arrive at a value of 1,000, and if that share is in the market is trading at 1,500 rupees, what should you do? You should not buy that share. Why? Because what you are saying is the problem over here. What are you saying? That I discounted all the future cash flows and the value is coming 1,000. If I buy the same goods at 1,500 rupees, what will happen? Rather than making any profit, in fact, I will not make any profit. On the top of it, I will be losing the value. Yes or no?
Yes.
But the same share, if it is available at 750, what should you do?
Buy it immediately.
You should buy it. Why? Because according to you, whatever future cash flows that business is going to generate has a value much more than what market is giving the value to that cash flow.
Yes.
Right. So that is how you compare it with the current value, and then you similarly, if it is, so this is, I talked about public market scenario, right? For example, if it is a private market deal wherein you are planning to buy, merger acquisition is happening. So
yes.
for example, you are a buyer and you value a particular business at, for example, 15 crore. How much? 15 crore. Based on its future cash flows, your assumptions of future cash flows. And by now you understand that everyone will have a different assumptions with respect to future cash flows of any business, right? So everybody's value will be different, right? So according to you, you think the future cash flows of that business has a worth of 15 crore rupees, and the seller is ready to sell that business at 100 crore rupees. What should you do? What should you do? Not buy it, obviously. But the seller is selling the business at 5 crore rupees. What should you do?
Yes, I will buy it.
You would buy it, keeping everything else constant, right? Legality and everything, right? Everything else constant. But value-wise, it will make sense for you to buy.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Any question, guys? Anyone? So brilliant. Another good question. Very good. You asked this question, Sakshi. So guys, if you'll ask questions, you will learn more, obviously. More question? Chandni, any question?
Oh, no, Sumit.
Everything is clear, huh?
Yes, whatever you have explained, that much is clear. But maybe with practice, I will get more.
Maitri, any question?
No, Sumit, no question.
Okay. So now we will go to relative valuation, the concept of relative valuation. So if you guys want, we can take a 10 minutes break and start it. Or if you guys think that no need of break, then we can continue. Tell me.
We'll take the break. No? We'll take a break.
We'll take a break. Okay. Cool. Then we take a 10 minutes break and come back and we'll continue. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, guys, are you back?
Yes, Sumit.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Wait, just give me a second. Shall start this. All right, am I audible? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, Sumit.
Yes.
Sir.
Okay, cool. Let's change my sound setting. So relative valuation it is, right? That's where we are planning to go next, right? Now, relative valuation, the word relative, right? The word relative itself, I guess, gives you a lot of understanding of what could relative valuation is. So you are valuing something in relation to something else. That's what relative valuation is, right? So anything which comes to your mind, what could be relative valuation? Or for example, Fiza, can you give me the name of some of your colleagues?
Colleagues.
Some of your colleagues in your office. Can you give me the name of those?
Okay. Santosh.
Santosh.
Manju.
Huh?
Manju.
Manju.
Manju. Javed.
Javed. Generally, they are working at the same level. For example, if you are associate director, so these all would be in the near around associate director, right?
Managers.
Okay.
And Shanwaz.
Shanwaz. Give me just one more, and I guess that would be good.
Gautami.
Gautami. Okay.
G-O. Yeah.
सही है? So guys, these are some of the colleagues of FISA. Again, let's come back to that we have to value FISA, right? Now, in order to value FISA, we have some data of her colleagues, which are working in the almost the same position. Now, some key things about these colleagues, or the list of colleagues, is what? They are working almost at the same position, right? So, and same grade, right? Their packages might be a little bit different, but because they are working the same position and same grade, that is why you can assume that more or less their earning trajectory will be same as FISA's earning trajectory. Yeah. Can you say that? Hello.
He is the director.
Okay. He is the director. Santosh is the director, you meant to say, right?
Yeah.
But let's assume that let's without disclosing what actually Santosh is. For example, if you are manager, they are also manager or senior.
Yeah.
Okay. Less. So let me note down their grades over there. For example, Santosh is a manager. Manju is senior manager. Javed is assistant manager. And again, this Gautami and Shawnaz are again manager, right? So more or less the same kind of grades, right? There would not be much difference between assistant manager, senior manager, and manager, right? They're just one notch up or one notch down, right?
Right.
So more or less the same grade. Number of years of experience we can calculate because it is individual's case. But yeah. Now, if I give you some core data, that is the value of these people. If I tell you that the value of these people, for example, Santosh value is 5 CR, right? 5 CR. So Manju's value is 8 CR. Chavez value is 3.5 CR. Sana's value is somewhere around 5.2 CR. And Gautami's value is somewhere around 4.9 CR. I give you this data, okay? Here it was 4 CR, right? So if I give you this database, can we tell what could be the value of visa based on this database? To start with, can you tell me what could be the value of visa?
In proportion to Santosh. In relative to Santosh.
So these all are relatives, right? These all are relatives, right? All these are relatives only. That's what I'm saying. That these are more or less the same grades, right? So you, out of your company, which would be employing 10,000 employees, right? You picked these 5 employees, or we picked these 5 employees, thinking that they are of the same grades, and I'm giving you their values. So what could be the value or reasonable value of visa now? See, it's like this, yeah. It's very simple. You need to understand. For example, if I show you a pen, I tell you, guess what's the price? And you ask me what are the clues. So I show you similar 10 pens, each having a price of either 8 rupees or 9 rupees or 10 rupees. Can you guess the price of the pen?
You can say like between 8 to 10.
Yeah, it would be the range of 8 to 10, right?
Range, yeah.
Right. So here also I have not shortlisted. See, I didn't say that we are going to make a list of random people. Hello, we are not making a list of random people. In one place, I'm saying if I have to value visa, I'm writing the name of Chanda Kochar. Let's she's out of the system. Let's forget her. But I'm not writing the name of anyone who's V Vaidyanathan, who might be having a package of 3 crore rupees or 4 crore rupees. I'm not taking the name of uh, uh, any of the heads of HUL or ITC, right? Sanjeev Gupta or someone, right? HUL's head is. I'm not taking his name now. His package might be 10 crore rupees, 12 crore rupees. Hello. We have created the list of whom? Colleagues who are more or less working the same grades. So, I'm just, are you able to understand? These are related parties. These are relative, they're similar.
Similar to me.
Right? Why they're similar? Because they're working the similar grades and same company. And same company, right?
Right.
If I would have said Santosh is working as manager in another company in ITC, is it comparable to FISA? No, because in ITC, manager can be the starting position. Whereas in Society General, manager can be a level 3 levels from the below. It can happen or not, guys. All you are professionals here. I don't know if you are finding it very vague. It happens or not, organizations to organizations. Some organizations, the grade will start by analyst, then senior analyst, then associate, then senior associate, and then research lead, right? Whereas since some organization, the grade will start like this: deputy manager, manager, and then senior manager, then director. But director. But in some companies, the grades will start with AVP itself. होता है कि नहीं होता है, guys? Hello.
Yeah, right.
From AVP, it will VP, SVP. Now tell me, the AVP of this company is comparable to research lead or research manager, or it is comparable to analyst of this company. This is company A. This is company B. This is company C. Can you compare the AVP of this company with the research manager of this company? Hello?
No.
Are they comparable?
No, they are not.
Why they are not comparable?
Because they are on the different company, different level. They have nothing in
Because
common.
from the name it would look like, okay, senior manager hai, AVP hai, they are more, let's say, we need to understand. In order to become research manager, he had to take a 10 promotion, 5 promotion, right? Here he started with AVP only because this company's designation is AVP. So we are not comparing two different companies employees, guys. We are comparing same employees, same company's employees. Are they comparable or not? Huh? If I'm comparing it with the employees of different company, then you can say they are incomparable. They are not comparable. But here they are comparable. Not tell me. Huh?
They are comparable.
They're comparable. So if I'm giving you the value of each of these people, can you give me the value of Fiza? Tell me what should be the value of Fiza?
Between 5 to 6.
Simply you can calculate average, yes or no?
Yeah.
You can calculate an average of it. You can say the value of Fiza is somewhere around 5 crore 42 lakhs, or you can calculate the median of this. And so the value of Fiza would be somewhere around 5 crore. Yes or no? Hello? Is it doable or not? Tell me.
Yes.
Yes.
So what is relative evaluation? What is relative valuation? Guys, what is relative valuation?
Calculating value of one based on the value of comparables.
Competitors.
Competitors.
Comparing to something on a similar baseline.
So the biggest task is what? The biggest task is what? The biggest task is to find the comparable, right? They should be comparable. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
It should not be apple to orange. It should be apple to apple. Yes or no?
Yes.
You should not compare Fiza's package with the CEO of the company. Hello. And say because the CEO of the company has a value of 20 crore, that is why Fiza's value is also 20 crore. Yes or no?
No, they should be on same level.
Right? They should be comparable. They should be comparable. Right? Make sense, guys?
Yes, it is.
So this is what relative valuation is all about, guys. In relative valuation, what we do is we compare the valuation metrics of a company. We calculate the comparable. We find out the comparable companies. We find a reasonable range of value based on the comparable companies, and based on that valuation metric or that reasonable valuation metric, we value our company. Right? Make sense? Hello? Guys, I don't think if you guys are really appreciating it, you're getting it. If it doesn't make sense, you ask questions. If it doesn't make sense, please ask questions.
So how do you arrive at the range?
Which range?
The first task is to
I
find the
calculated
comparables.
average, right? I calculate average, or you can calculate median. Some statistics you have to apply. This range you're talking about?
No, sir. You were explaining. We find the comparables and we come at we decide a range within which they should fall. Something like that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. This is what na we यहाँ पर किया ना ये boss, that the value should be either 5 crore 42 lakh or 5 crore, right? Hello?
Yes.
So in the sense you are applying some statistics tool. What are the various statistics tools available?
Yeah, mean, median, mode.
Max. Oh, not mode, boss. Mean, max, average, median, first quarter, and third quarter. These are the various statistics tools you can use in Excel, right? So if you will value, if you want to find out a range, you can find out all these values and that can give you a broad range. So the broadest range will be what? Min and max, because minimum will be the one extreme, maximum will be the another extreme, right? Median will be somewhere in the middle. What is first quartile would be? First quartile would be belonging to the first 25% of the values. What is third quartile? Belonging to the last 25 or the maximum 25% of the values, right? I hope you understand all this, right? These are Excel formulas. So see, this is a formula quartile. If you apply quartile, you have to select the range and you need to say which quadrant. Median value is second quadrant, first quadrant is first quartile, and third quadrant is third quartile, and maximum is maximum, right? So if you write 3, it will give you the value of belonging to the third quartile or third quadrant. Similarly, if you change it over here and if you write first quartile, then it will give you the value first quartile. Similarly, you can calculate the min and max, right? Min and max, the formulas is easy, right? Min, max, average. All these formulas are there, right, guys? You are aware about it or not? Basic formulas in Excel, right? Median. So, is it giving you a broad range or not? Tell me. Which is the broadest range? The broadest range is 4 to 8 crore. The value will be in between 4 to 8 crore only. Yes or no?
Yes.
See, relative valuation is something which you apply in your daily life. I don't know if you are aware about it or not, but you apply in your daily life. Think of scenarios. Doesn't it happen when you go to buy vegetables? You ask for 1 kg of what do you say? 1 kg of, for example, apple, right? Apple, and the person asks you to pay 100 rupees. You say, boss, पास वाले तो 80 rupees में दे रहे हैं. बोलते हो कि नहीं बोलते हो? Hello?
Yes.
हाँ, पास वाले भैया तो 80 rupees में दे रहे हैं. Similarly, if you have to buy a second-hand car, what will you do? Huh? Or if you want to know at what price should you sell your car? For example, if you own a car and if you want to know at what price should you sell your car, how would you get to know? Tell me.
By comparison.
क्या compare करोगे? बोलो ना.
No, you try
What
with 2 to 3 agencies, pre-owned car agencies, then find out.
That has gone, that world has gone, that you will actually try with agent. You will open car trade, you will open car dekho, and you will open all these websites and you will see. We will try to match the features of your car. But you see, what are the various features? Kitna kilometer chali hai, how many kilometers it has run, how old the car is, how many years, what's the age of the car, right? These are the features you will see. Yes or no?
Yes.
How many hands it has exchanged, first hand, second hand, third hand, right? Right? So first hand or second hand or third hand. These are the various features, guys. I don't know why you guys are so silent. I thought this is something which is very basic. Everybody would be knowing it. I can take you cardtrade.com. Cardekho.com. So you write card trade and card dekho wala, see how aggressive they are in advertisement. How much money it would have given to Google to show car dekho pehle, even if you are searching for card trade. Right? So if you want to buy a used car, for example, in Delhi, so what will you do? You want to sell a car in Delhi, okay? So you want to know the at what price you should sell. So what you should do better? You should apply some filters over here, yes or no? What are the filters available? Kilometers. For example, if your car has, what filter will you choose? The filters which belongs to your car, yes or no? For example,
Yes.
your car has run for 30 kilometers or 50,000 kilometers. So you will pick this range, right? Or if what is the age of your car? Your car is, for example, 4 years or 5 years, or you will choose this one, right? Body type. For example, your car is what hatchback. You will choose with this one. Number of owners, how many hands? One first hand, single hand, right? You will choose this one. Fuel. Or your car is engine is, for example, LPG or CNG. You will choose CNG. A price you will leave because you want to explore the price, right? So now you are getting all the options. See, what is the price at which Maruti Suzuki is available based on the features which matches with your feature. What is the price?
5,10,000.
Similarly, what is the price at which this car is available? 4 lakh, right? Now there is no more options which matches with your. So at least you got two options, yes or no? Hello?
Yes.
You got two options. Then you can get more idea. Okay, if I play with the kilometers, if I go to 50,000 kilometers, let me see what are the options available. So yeah, these are the two options available. Maruti. I don't look for a hatchback. I want to look for example, sedan, right? Or sedan. So what is the options available? There is no options available. What to do? Right? Options available. So like this, you will check. Are you getting what I'm saying? Age is, for example, 2 years. No options available still. Okay. So you're okay with all the 4 options, for example. Then how many options are available? 6, 7 options are available. Are you getting it or not? Tell me, or should I continue doing it for the full session?
Okay.
Are you getting the range of prices or not in your mind? After
Yes.
seeing all these ranges, don't you think you will have little bit idea about that if you are to sell the car, at what price should you sell the car? Hello?
Yes.
Is it that
Yes.
difficult to understand? Is it that impossible to understand? Hello? Similarly, this is car trade. Similarly, you can go to what? Other website also. What are the other websites? Cardekho.com. Right? And that also you'll explore. Again, you will look for used car in your city. Select a city. Mumbai, for example. Right? So these all are the cars which are available in the Mumbai. The filters are there anyway. Let me check. Search by filters option is there, but why it is not working? Model. For example, your car is Maruti model. You'll select Maruti, right? And your car is Maruti model, so you select Maruti, right? Your car has run for is a 2018 model, so you select 2018, right? Your car is 2018 to 2020. Your car has run up to 10,000 kilometers, so you'll select 10,000. The color options is also there, right? There are many options which are there, boss. Now seeing all this, selecting all these options, what are you getting? If I have to bring a range, can I get a range over here? Hello? The range is somewhere around what? 5 to 8 lakhs? Hello? Yes or no? Yeah. So now you get an idea that if you have to sell your car at what price you should sell. Get it or not? Tell me.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is what I'm telling you, that we generally use in our daily life also, right? In a daily life also we use this right, as a approach. So this is a quite common approach. So for example, don't you get these kind of things that, for example, anybody who's MBA, right? So don't you think that people who, for example, 2014 passed out, so you friends meet in a party, you all are 2014 passed out, and right now which year is going on? 2022. Don't you like to compare? Don't you compare? That was we all belong to the same college, same batch. One of my friend is earning 20 lakhs package, and I'm earning 15 lakh package. Do not people compare? Tell me, guys. Do not lie to me. Do not people compare? Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So, for example, on an average, everyone in my batch of 2014 is earning 20 lakh rupees package. I should have also what package? Hello.
At least 20.
Until it's 20 lakh. So, what are we doing? Aren't we applying relative valuation approach? Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
So are you getting it, guys? This is a very simplified approach. This is the most simple approach where just have to look outside. That if you want to value company Maruti, so how Tata Motors is valued, how Hyundai is valued, how the other cars are valued, car companies are valued, and accordingly you will value Maruti, right? Make sense? Does it make sense? Tell me.
Yes.
If I have to value Colgate, which companies will I look? FMCG companies. Which are the FMCG companies? HUL. I will see how HUL is valued. What are the other FMCG companies? Dabur is valued. Or what are the other companies? Huh? In FMCG? Huh?
ITC, Nestle.
Nestle is valued. Or how Gillette is valued, right? So I will look at their valuation and see what values these companies are valued, and accordingly I will try to value a company which I want to value in that industry, right? Yeah. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys?
Yes.
So this is all about valuation approach, guys. This is what valuation approach largely is, right? Any question? Any question over here?
No, sir.
Okay. So if there is no question, then let's open the Colgate case study again. You guys are having the Colgate case study with you, right? Yes or no? Guys, we have worked a lot on Colgate case study. You have Colgate case study or not? Tell me hello.
Yeah, we have.
Yes.
So open the Colgate case study and go to the DCF tab. Which tab? Which tab? Is it opened?
DCF.
Open the DCF tab. Is it opened?
Yes, sir.
In that tab, you spend some time on these selected rows. Which rows? Row number 4 to row number 8. Which rows? So row number 4 to which rows, guys? Row number 4 to
8.
8. Spend some time, go cell by cell and check where the each number is coming from, what is happening over here, what is not happening over here. Is it clear? Yeah. Before spending time on it, you can simply delete these two columns, these two rows. So just 3 rows are left. Row number 4, 5, and row number 6. Spend 10 to 15 minutes on these rows. Go cell by cell. Try to understand where each of the number is coming. Is it clear? And think from the perspective of income approach what we discussed. Is it clear?
Okay.
Think it from the perspective of income approach which we have discussed. Yeah. Is it clear? Tell me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So spend 5-10 minutes on it and then we'll discuss. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, can I have your confirmation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Have you gone through it?
Yes, yes.
So what's your observation? So in real life, for companies, when we are doing it, how are we applying the cash flow? Which cash flow are we focusing on? Which cash flow?
Operating.
And why operating cash flows? And why not the net cash flows? Any this thought stuck to someone? Did this question come to anyone's mind that why are we using operating cash flows and not net cash flows which are generated by the company?
Yes.
Why? What do you think so? Any guesses?
The cash
Can anybody
inflow and outflow.
recall? Sorry?
No, the cash inflow and outflow of the company.
I think
Yeah.
why only operating cash is considered? Operating cash is generated during the business process. And here the DCF for calculating on the business, only on the business operations. That's why I think like only operating cash flow is considered.
So do you remember our discussions on operating assets and non-operating assets we had way back, maybe some month ago? Right, that why it is operating cash flow or operations operating assets which is important for the company and not the non-operating assets. Do you guys recall anyone? Huh?
Yes, because operating cash flow is from the core business and the non-operating is from the investments income or
So the attractiveness of a business should be because of its non-operating assets, non-operating income, or operating assets and operating income?
Operating.
So if we are asked to invest into Colgate, should we invest into Colgate because Colgate sells good amount of toothpaste, or should we invest into Colgate knowing the fact that Colgate has a lot of cash lying idle and it is investing into other companies using that cash? What should be the reasoning to invest into Colgate? Tell me.
Sales of Colgate.
Based on sales of Colgate.
Sales of Colgate.
Sales of Colgate, right? So guys, it is to be understood. You need to understand that when anybody is planning to invest into a business, what are the other options which he or she is losing? See, what is constraint, Yogesh? Cash is constraint. You need to understand. If you have, for example, 1,000 rupees and you have decided to invest into business, what are the options you have left? Tell me. What are the options you have left to reach to invest into business? What are the other options which you have left for investing that 1,000 rupees? You could have invested into the bank deposit. Yes or no? Hello?
Yes,
or no? You could have invested that 1,000 rupees into bank deposit. Yes or no?
Yeah.
You would have kept it into savings account. You could have bought with that 1,000 rupees. You could have bought mutual fund. You could have bought gold.
Gold.
What else? You could have bought silver. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right? So there are many options of investments which are already there, which you leave behind and then decide to invest into business. Why? Because gold cannot generate cash inflow. Yes or no? Can gold generate cash inflow? If you buy 1,000 kg or 10,000 kg of gold and keep in your godown, can it generate any cash inflow? Tell me.
No.
No. Savings account, can it generate cash flow? Yes, it can generate cash flow, but the rate of generation is very low. Very low, 3%, 4%, right?
Right.
So you are leaving that behind. Knowing that it can generate 3%, 4% return, you are leaving that also behind. Can mutual fund generate cash flow? Yes, because mutual fund also invest into equities only, but mutual funds then keep it balanced also, right? And because it has a diversified portfolio, the cash inflow which will be lower than what an individual company can give. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right. So you are leaving that also behind. So you are leaving all these options behind and investing into Colgate, thinking that Colgate is going to invest the money into any of these options. Would you like it?
No.
Then you think, how fool am I? I'm investing. I left all those options thinking that I will invest into a business which will generate a lot of cash flows, higher cash flows than all of these investments. But you get to know that the money which I have get to Colgate, it has invested into these options which I left behind. That is fixed deposit and mutual fund and gold and silver and all this kind of investment. Would you like it? Tell me.
No.
You will tell boss, this so I could have also done.
Yeah.
I anyways had that options, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I already had that in all those options. Why would I come to you? Yes or no? So what is the reason of investing into a business? Their cash flow from operations. Operations is the attractiveness which would bring any investors towards business, not its non-operating income. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if its non-operating income is thousands and crores and crores and crores of rupees. Yeah. Because that options is always there with you now. Why to go and invest into security? You can also directly go and buy gold, silver, mutual fund, all these assets. Yes or no?
Yes.
So that is why we rely on what? Operating cash. Still, we adjust capital expenditure. Why do we adjust capital expenditure? And if you'll notice, this is not the capital expenditure which you are doing towards investment into non-operating assets. This is a capex which you are doing in the assets of operating assets.
Operating assets.
Right? You are using the operating assets. This net capex is for what? Buying and selling of operating assets.
Okay.
You are not considering investment income or other investing cash flow. Yes or no?
Yes.
Why we are doing capex? Why we are taking into consideration capex? And now I guess Anand would also get his answer, which I told him also, right? That if you are selling any asset or buying any asset, you will consider that in the cash. Right? You are not calculating the value of the asset alone. You are not using the value of an asset over here alone. What you are using? The money which you are spending to buy or sell the assets, which are, so which asset will you sell? Which are out of use, and which asset will you buy? Which you need to expand your operation.
Business. Yeah.
Right? So why are we using capex over here? Because operating cash flow will turn to zero if you will not do capex alone.
Right.
Though capital expenditure comes under investing category, but by nature it is an operating cash outflow. Yes or no? Hello? Can you do operations without doing without buying assets?
No.
Is it possible?
No.
No, these operating cash is generated by this capex only.
Capex.
If you will not do capex, the operating cash flow will turn to zero. Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah.
So operating cash flow is dependent on this capex. So any capex you are doing, and guys, note this is net capex. So either you are selling an asset which is going out of the business, or you are buying an asset which needs to increase the production, right? That is the capex. So these two adjustments will give you something called as what? The cash flow, which is freely generated, which is available, which means this cash flow means what? Now this cash flow is available. Capex, after deducting capex, this cash flow is now available for free. That means now it is free to use. It is not required in business. This cash flow is not required in business. Now this cash flow can be distributed among shareholders as dividend, or these cash flows can be, so this cash flow basically belongs to whom? Capital providers. To whom does it belong to? No shareholders, not shareholders, Maitri.
No.
Capital providers. Because we haven't deducted any interest if company is paying any interest. Hello? Have we discussed this or not? Tell me.
सर ये कैश फ्लो से कंपनी खुद के लिए शेयर्स भी बाय कर सकती है, मतलब खुद का होल्डिंग भी बढ़ा सकते हैं.
So then it becomes non-operating assets, right?
Okay.
Then it becomes non-operating assets. Or you are trying to ask about buyback.
हाँ, buyback, yes.
हाँ, तो buyback करेगी तो वो shares cancel हो जाएंगे ना. तो buyback is a way you are giving the cash to investors. Hello. You are not using the cash for yourself. You are actually passing on the cash back to investors.
Okay.
Chetan,
Yeah.
by doing buyback, what you do?
Makes it
Take
company.
the shares, cancel the shares, and you give the money to shareholders. Yes or no?
Yes.
So this is distributing the cash to shareholders, right?
Okay. Yes.
हाँ. और वो किसका बढ़ेगा? You said अपना क्या बढ़ाने के लिए क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Stake. Stake किसका बढ़ेगा? कंपनी का कोई स्टेक नहीं बढ़ेगा. किसका स्टेक बढ़ेगा? Those shareholders who will not sell their shares in the buyback, who will not participate in the buyback, their stake will increase. So benefit is purely to shareholders only. Those who are selling, they are getting cash. Those who are not selling, they are getting their stake increased. Proportionately, their stake will increase, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so this cash can be used for that purpose. Right? Why this cash is cash not to equity holders but to capital providers? Guys, hello? Chandni, you know a lot of things, right? Chandni, why not you speak the answer? You never ask questions because you understand everything. Now, why not you ask a question? Or give the response? Tell me. Why this cash is a cash which should be considered for capital providers and not for equity holders? Why?
Because this is being used in the operations, right? For running the business, like I think.
For running the business. The source of that money is not factored in yet, right? Business can be run, assets can be bought by using your own money or by using
the extra
loan
profit.
money.
Yeah, debt money, right?
Extra profit to own money ho gaya na? Extra profit means what? Own money.
Own money, right?
Right? Or equity shareholders money or
debts, second option, loans
debt.
from the
You
bank.
can take loan also, na?
Yeah.
But if you are taking loan, don't you think they are also so? But that is not a part of operations, right?
No, that's also not part of.
That's a part of financing.
Finance.
But if you take loan, you need to give interest to the lenders, yes or no?
Yes.
And you need to give the principal also back to lenders, yes or no?
Yes.
So who do this cash belong to? This free cash flow to firm, which is calculated after deducting the capex from the operating cash flow. This cash flow belongs to whom?
First from this to the debtors where we have to give the principal, and then to the equity holders, the share.
So this is total cash belongs to whom? It is a sum total of whose ownership?
Capital providers.
Capital providers.
Capital providers.
चांदनी 10 बार मैंने कैपिटल प्रोवाइडर्स बोल दिया फिर भी आप एक बार कैपिटल
नहीं
प्रोवाइडर्स नहीं बोल सकते
नहीं मेरे दिमाग में वो वर्ड नहीं आया मैं शेयर होल्डर्स पे ही लेके चल रही हूँ.
So this cash belongs to whom, Maitri?
Capital providers.
Capital providers. You need to understand operations and financing are two different activities, Maitri. Is it so surprising? Huh? Is it so surprising? Tell me. In order to do operations, we need capital or not? Hello? Can we buy assets without capital?
No.
Can we run the business without working capital?
No.
So that working capital comes from whom? Who provides that working capital? Or that capital in the business, who provide? Let Maitri speak. Who provides that? Lord Krishna comes and gives some magical money to you. Hello?
No, you have to go for
Who
the
provide?
loan. Banks or finance institutions.
Or bank, financial institution, or whom?
Equity shareholders.
Equity shareholders. Either business arrange money from equity shareholders or from
banks or finance.
Lenders. All lenders, right?
Yeah, lenders.
So financing is a separate activity. It is nothing to do with operations. Hello. I'm giving an example. For example, it's like this. Let's watch this video. You know this actor? Huh?
Yes, yes, I know.
Last month में मिला भी हूँ उनको.
Really?
Yes,
He
sir.
lives a very humble life, right?
Yes, yes, very
He lives in
humble.
a 2 BHK flat and he takes care of his friends in the society. He said, I don't want to switch to a bungalow or something because he wants to.
इसलिए लोग अदालत का दरवाजा खटखटाने बाजीराव वागले क्या लावारिस मैं भी हूँ समझाना स्टेशन पर पत्ते पीसने नहीं बैठा इंस्पेक्टर बना सस्पेंडेड है लेकिन इंस्पेक्टर है गुनाह नहीं है बदकिस्मती फिर कहूँ ऐसे आदमी से क्यों प्यार करती हो जो तुम्हें कुछ नहीं दे सकता उतारो यहाँ नहीं बचेगा यहाँ बैठी तो गए करेगा शाबाश शाबाश कम ऑन मेक इट फास्ट के नाम पर लोगों में वैमनस्य फैलने नहीं दूंगा संविधान ने मुझे जो अधिकार दिए हैं उसका इस्तेमाल निष्पक्ष होकर ईमानदारी से करूंगा बजाय इसके भारत मेरा देश है
Ishwar Lohar, you are suspended till further notice.
और ये खून है मेरी वजह से मेरी माँ का सर अगर कहीं होगी उसको पता चलेगा आसमान को छुएगा इनका खून चूसने की आदत पड़ी है ना तेरे को और ये भी बेशरम साले पूरे दिन की कमाई तेरे कटोरे में डालते हैं नगद में हारते हैं उधारी में बेवड़ा पीते हैं
I am not getting the dialogue which I want to show you. It will take a lot of time to figure that out. Everybody is nowadays. Chalega. But the point I'm trying to make it, guys, once the money comes into the system, on that money, it is not written if it is coming from equity holder or it is coming from debt holder. The use of that money is operations. Maitri.
Yes,
Maitri,
yeah,
the use of that money is what? Operations.
Operations.
So, for example, if you buy a house by loan, or if you buy a house you buy your own money, does it matter to the real estate owner?
No, it doesn't
Who's
make
selling
any
the house?
difference. No, it doesn't
Right?
make any
So
difference.
so does the customer is customer going to differentiate between Colgate or any company because they get to know यार Colgate का जो माल है, the Colgate toothpaste which you are buying is the company has used
Debt money.
debt money, but another company HUL that is also selling toothpaste, but it has used
No
equity
debt.
money. So I will buy from HUL and not from Colgate. Do customers decide like this? Hello?
No, nobody cares.
Do customer do customer care about this? That who the capital provider?
No, they don't.
Is your revenue going to be impacted because of where the capital is coming from?
No.
No. So it is a separate entity, right?
Yes.
There are two separate things, operations and financing. So this cash flow is purely coming from the perspective of operations of the business after taking care of the basic things which needs to be maintained. What is the basic things? CapEx. Without CapEx, operations cannot run, right?
Right.
Now it doesn't matter where the money has come from for running that CapEx. Okay? But,
right.
But from that perspective, this cash belongs to whom? This cash belongs to this cash. After taking care of CapEx, whatever cash is left, it belongs to whom?
Capital provider.
This cash would be distributed between two parties. One, debt holder, that is lenders, and second, equity shareholders.
Shareholders.
Right? Now the frequency can be different, or the hierarchy can be different. That who would be provided first and who would be provided second. That is fine, but ultimately it belongs to both. Yes or no?
Yes.
Because somebody said, nah, it will be first given to debt holders, and second it will be given to. That is fine. Hierarchy, okay, but it belongs to whom? Total belongs to whom? Capital providers.
Two group. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So far everything is clear. So far everything is clear now. Till here everything is clear. Any question till row number 6? How we are coming to the free cash flow concept? Is there any question to anyone? Tell me. No? Any question to anyone, guys?
No.
How we arriving at the free cash flow to firm? Is it clear? बोलो बोलो बाबा जल्दी बोलो.
Yes, it's clear, Sumit.
Concept is clear, Sumit, but calculation after from L6, it's L6
Percentage.
not clear.
It's percentage.
Why we have taken that declaration factor.
This one, right?
Yeah, this is not
Okay.
clear, but concept is clear. Yeah.
Concept is clear. This one is easy, no? This one we will talk. Don't worry. That's why I said go only 4, 5, and 6. I didn't say go to 7, right? That is fine. How we are projecting. This is a matter of projections, right? That we'll talk about. Don't worry. But so far everything is clear till here. I'm talking only about these 3 rows. Is it clear or not? Tell me. That how free cash flow to firm is calculated. Huh? बोलो गाइस यार कोई कंफ्यूजन है पूछो भाई 10 बार पूछो 25 बार पूछो बट पूछो बॉस हेलो guys please Maitri and what Maitri, Chetan and Chandni are not the only 3 people in the session, guys. Fiza, Mr. Bakar, Jai, Jiva Prakash, Karan, what are you doing over here? You can also ask questions. Hello. Anand, please ask questions. Amuta, Karan, guys, please, kuch. Or tell me if it is clear. Amuta, is it clear?
Actually, free cash flow to firm, how to get it? I couldn't get
So
this.
what were you waiting since last 15 minutes when I'm on the top of my voice, I'm asking again and again, ask. What were you doing till then? Huh? What were you waiting for, Amuta? Tell me. Tell me. That means you wouldn't have asked the question if I wouldn't have taken your name. Hello? Amuta?
Sorry.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So when I'm asking, ask questions, what were you waiting for? Why are you waiting for me to take your name? Yeah. What do you want to ask? How to arrive at free cash flow to firm, right?
Yes.
First, tell me, what is operating cash flow? Amuta?
The cash is which is into the business to run the business.
Amuta, this is the cash flow which you have generated after running the business. Hello? This is not the cash which is in use in business. This is not cash which is in operations. Hello? This is the cash which you have generated after doing the business. What is the business a company do? Hello? What is the business a company do, Amuta? What a business a company do? What is the business of Colgate? Tell me. In simple words, tell me what is the business of Colgate?
What is the business?
What is the business of what does Colgate do as a company?
Selling the products.
Can it sell before manufacturing? Without manufacturing, can it sell?
No.
So can't you tell a very simple business model to me? What is the business model of Colgate?
It's manufacturing the products, first of all.
You can name it also, na? Manufacturing toothpaste and selling toothpaste, yes or no?
Yes.
That is what it does. That is the business of it. Is it so difficult to understand the business of Colgate?
No.
Huh? So what is the business? Tell me again, what is the business of Colgate? What is the business of
This
Colgate? Again, tell
manufacturing
me.
and selling the products.
Again, you are saying products. And you can say now manufacturing toothpaste and selling toothpaste. Do they manufacture AC? Do they manufacture air condition? Tell me.
No.
Huh?
You're asking for specific product, okay.
So what is the product business?
This
Manufacturing? We can't hear you. We lost your voice. Hello? Amuta, are you there? Yeah. Okay. Amuta, are you there? Hello? Amuta, we can't hear you. Can anyone hear Amuta?
No, sir.
Amuta, can you please speak? Okay. So the business, I'll just speak. I have to speak because you asked the question, but that is not how learning happens, Amut. I don't know why you are wasting your time. You should have also left the session. Why are you wasting your time in the session? Anyways, if you ask the question and I should answer. So basically what it means is operating cash flow basically means the cash which the company has generated after doing its operations. Now, what is the operations of Colgate? Manufacturing the, as you said, products. So let's write products and selling the products, right? Selling the products. So after manufacturing requires what? Manufacturing requires what? Manufacturing requires the company to spend money. And selling gives what? By selling goods, company receive money. Right? So what is operating cash flow? Operating cash flow is the difference between what the cash flow company has received minus what company money the company has spent. That is operating cash flow in simple terms, right? And in order to generate this operating cash flow, company needs to buy assets. Why do company needs to buy assets? Why do company needs to buy assets?
To manufacture.
Yeah,
So
so that it
service.
can do, so that it can manufacture the products. So that it can manufacture the products smoothly. So this entire process of manufacturing the products will be impossible if you will not take into consideration assets. And that is why the cash which is generating through the manufacturing and selling the product, right, that is receiving the money and spending the money on these two activities, minus the cash which is used to buy or sell the assets. When you do that, whatever cash which is left is free cash flow to firm. Basically, now this cash is generated through operations of the business, and now it can be utilized for capital providers. Now this cash can be utilized for capital providers. So this is what basically is free cash flow to firm, right? I don't know if it is clear to you, Amuta, but this is what it is. If you have further question, you can ask me. Please, still I'm not able to hear you. Do you have any further question on this? You can ask me.
Sorry, actually, my Wi-Fi got disconnected. Now only connected.
Oh,
Sorry,
so you were
very
not there in the
sorry.
session.
Now for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Again, what is manufacturing of the products? In order to manufacture the product, you need to spend money. How do you spend money?
By capital,
you
our
spend money?
capital, owner's capital.
How do you spend money? Where do you spend money? कहाँ खर्च होता है पैसा? Where do you spend money in order to manufacture the products? Simple है, manufacture करने के लिए electricity चाहिए. Don't you think electricity is required in order to manufacture goods? Hello?
Yes.
Don't you think labor is required to manufacture goods?
It's labors, raw materials.
So
the
don't you
place,
think if you are using electricity, you will have to pay electricity bills? If you are using the services of laborers, you have to pay wages to laborers.
Yes, everything we need.
So what are where are the sources where money is spent to manufacture the products? Many things, right?
Yes.
Similarly, by selling products, what do you receive?
Money.
By selling products, what do you receive? Money. So
cash.
the money which you have received by selling products minus the money which you have spent in order to manufacture the products gives you what? Operating cash flow. What does it give you?
Yes.
Operating cash flow.
Yes.
And from that, what you deduct? Capex. Why do we deduct capex? Hello? Because the manufacturing is impossible if you do not buy assets. Hello?
Yes.
Where will laborers work on?
Yes.
Are you calling laborers to dance in the factory? Hello?
No.
Or are you calling laborers to work on machineries?
Yes, to
So
work.
if you not buy machineries, can laborers work? Can manufacturing happen?
No. Nothing can happen.
So without asset, all this is impossible. If you don't do manufacturing, selling can't happen. If you don't buy asset,
Yes.
manufacturing can't happen. So it is not a chicken and egg story. Here it is established, well established. Who comes first? Asset comes first. Then comes what? Manufacturing. That comes what? Selling. It is not a chicken and egg story where you don't know who is coming first. It is clearly established. First, you have to buy asset. Then only you can do manufacturing as a process. And then you, after manufacturing, you can sell the products. Then will cash come to your factory.
Yes, it's the basic thing should happen.
Yeah. So now it is looking basic to you, right? Earlier, I don't know why it was not looking basic to you, but now it is clear.
Yes.
So operating cash flow is what? The cash flow which is purely generated by doing what? By selling the goods, and after deducting what? All the money which is required to is manufacture the goods.
Yes.
Right? That is operating cash flow. It is not invested in the operations. That is a very vague definition you gave. That operating cash flow is the cash which is invested into the operations of the business. Well, it is not invested. It is coming out of the operations. You are selling goods, you are making goods. You are selling goods in 10 rupees, you are making goods in 8 rupees. What is operating cash flow? 2 rupees.
2 rupees, okay.
Right? And
Yes.
and then after that, you need to deduct what? Capital expenditure. What do you need to deduct? Capital expenditure. After that, if there is any cash left, you consider that cash to be for whom? This cash, who is the owner of this cash now? Who is the owner of this cash? The cash which is left after taking care of operations and capital expenditure. If any cash is left, who is the owner of that cash?
Company's cash.
Capital providers, Amutha, capital providers. This is the capital providers I'm speaking after. I don't know if anybody has kept a count of how many times I have used the word capital providers. Who is the owner of this cash?
Capital providers. Okay.
Who are capital providers, Amutha?
Who give money to start the company?
Can you not clearly tell me there are two parties only? There are not 1,000 parties so that you can't name. There are two parties only. Can you not name them? Who are capital providers? There are only two categories. Can't you name them? Hello, Amutha, what are you doing?
The owners.
There are only two parties who provide capital to business. Who are these two parties?
The owners and the share equity providers.
So how are they different? How is owner different from share or equity holder?
Owner gives money for the basic things to set up. Likewise, the manufacturing and selling. To raise the fund, we are going for shareholders.
Amutha, you know what you are speaking is meaningless. Don't you know the basic? What is the difference between owner and equity shareholder? What is the difference between them? There is no difference, Amutha. Equity holders and owners are one. Hello, they are only one. Shareholders and owners are one.
No, you only now told that financing is different from operating. So if we have to raise fund, we can go for share equity holders.
Yeah, I said that. But when did I say that owners and equity shareholders are different? Hello? When did I say that owners and equity shareholders are different? Huh?
To raise funds only, we are going for share equity holders, right?
I'm asking when did I say owners and equity shareholders are different?
Now you told that share equity for financing is different from operating cash flow. You told that now only.
Yeah, that is true. Operating cash flow is different from financing. Operating activity is different from financing activity. That is fine.
So
but when
raising fund is a financing activity, right? So
it's a financing activity, true. So what?
So you have to basically give a setup to raise funds, right? To raise funds for a company, right?
There are only two parties from which organization can raise money. What are the two parties? One is shareholders. What is the second? What is the second? Owners and shareholders are one. Okay. I don't know where the meaningless discussion you are doing. Owners and shareholders are one. What is the second party? What is the second party, Amuta? From now onwards, if you are attending my sessions, Amuta, you'll have to keep yourself unmuted the entire session, okay?
Sorry, here this kids are playing, so that I unmute.
No, I'm saying I've let the kids play. I want you to keep the session unmuted. Are you getting what I'm saying? Do you understand English?
Sorry.
You sorry bol rahe ho? I don't want you. Sorry, hello. Are you getting what I'm saying? What am I telling you? From now onwards, so many sessions, whichever sessions you will attend, you will keep yourself unmuted. Not muted, unmuted. Hello?
Hello.
Amuta, are you getting what I'm saying? Can you
Yes,
repeat what I'm saying?
Yes,
What am I requesting?
I have
What
to
am I
unmute
requesting? Can you repeat?
myself.
You have to keep yourself unmuted the entire session, okay? And you have to continuously participate in my session. You can't sit in one corner and do not participate, and I assume that you are understanding. This is one basic question which we have discussed. This is one basic thing which we would have discussed in our first class, very first class. There are only two capital providers to a company. Which are two capital providers? You are not able to, in fact, name them. There is one shareholder, which is second party. Lenders, who is second party? Hello.
Okay.
How many times in today's sessions also I have told lenders and shareholders there are only two parties from whom you can raise money. Amuta, owners and shareholders are one.
Okay.
Raising money from shareholders is basically means raising money from owners.
Okay.
So which are the two parties from whom you can raise money?
Owners or equity shareholders and lenders.
Yes, there are only two parties from you can raise money. Owners and lenders. Right?
Yes.
So this money belongs to whom? Either to owners or to lenders.
Owners.
This money belongs to whom?
Owners.
Both to owners and lenders. Hello. This money belongs to whom?
Yes.
Both to owners and
If
lenders.
they lend the money, it goes for both. If they didn't, for only owners, right, Sumit?
If they have borrowed the money, then it belongs to both. If they haven't, then okay. So that is why I used a very simple term.
That's what I told now.
Yeah, so that is why we used a very simple term. Amuta, what is that simple term? What you told, you said owners, right? It is not owners, it is both capital providers. What is the term? What is the term? Capital providers. Yeah, is it such a difficult term that you can't even name it capital providers yet? What is the difficulty in speaking capital providers? I don't understand. Capital providers, Amuta, capital providers. There are only two parties who provide capital. Who are these two parties? Owners and lenders. This money belongs to capital providers.
Capital providers, okay.
This money belongs to whom?
Capital providers.
Capital providers. It needs to be distributed among capital providers.
Yes.
Do you understand it now?
Yes.
Now tell me, what is operating cash flow?
The cash which is left after deducting the selling cost from the manufacturing cost.
Selling cost from manufacturing cost.
Sorry, for
what are you speaking? Selling cost, if you deduct from manufacturing cost, both are cost now. Why will you deduct selling cost from manufacturing cost?
After selling the product,
you need to articulate
have
it
to
well.
deduct actually after
Clearly tell
deducting
what is operating cash flow. Tell me what is operating cash flow.
After selling the product, after the deduction of the manufacturing cost, the amount which we are having is the operating cash.
The cash which is left after meeting all the operating expenses, right? Including manufacturing and everything, or whatever operating expenses you have had, you deducted it from what? From your revenue, right? You are left with what? Operating cash flow. That operating cash flow first needs to take care of what? Capex. It needs to take care of what? Capex. Because if Capex will not happen, can manufacturing happen?
No.
Can selling happen?
No.
No. So after that, whatever left, after deducting the Capex, whatever cash is left, basically this cash belongs to whom?
Capital providers.
Capital providers. Who are capital providers?
Owners and lenders.
Owners and lenders. Now this cash can be freely distributed among capital providers with respect to their ownership. Now, lenders ownership is limited to what? The exact amount which they have lent you, right? Which they have lent you, right? And interest. Yes or no? To lenders, you will only pay what they have given you as loan plus any interest, right?
Interest. Yes.
After paying them, if you deduct that also, you are left with the cash flow, which would be purely available to whom? Equity holders or owners, because if you are paid to lenders, right? So right now, this cash is available for capital providers. From this cash, if you will deduct the loan and interest, the cash, whatever will be left for whom? Owners. Is it clear?
Yes.
All right. So with this, we close our session. Amuta, from next session onwards, you have to keep yourself what? Unmuted. And you have to continuously participate. Okay? Like Maitri, like Chandni, like Chetan sir, all these people are participating. Similarly, you have to participate. You promise it to me. Promise it to me right now.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
You say, I promise you, Sumit, that I will keep myself unmuted and I will participate. Say these words.
I promise you, Sumit, I'll be
Keep myself unmuted
I will keep
and I will
myself
participate.
and participate in this future sessions.
Cool. All right, guys. Thank you. There are people waiting for me. I already kept them waited for almost now 4 minutes. See you. We'll meet you guys in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.